It's 9 o'clock. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First on the agenda is to approve the minutes of January 19th, June 19th, as written.
I so move.
I'll second. Moved by Thompson, second by McCurry. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. And we got two tax abatements. Moved to authorize director chairman to sign two tax abatements in the amount of $60.30. Says both of them are the same individual. It says was paying taxes on antique tag twice in 2021.
I so move.
I'll second. Moved by Hughes and seconded by Meeks. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. 901. Joe, you're up, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Joe Serrano, Q-Tech Rock. How's everybody?
Want me to go ahead and move to go into...
Well, if you would mind, maybe I'll make a quick presentation, and we'll take a motion to go into public hearing, and then anybody that wants to visit, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
Works for me.
So this morning before you, on May 30th, you had a resolution calling a public hearing, which is for today, and this is related to the SSM project, which is going to be located just north of the airport. It is the purpose is to create a community improvement district, or a CID. Unlike the one at Beto Junction, which is a sales tax, this is for special assessments. It's a special assessment levied against the property. Currently, the county is the owner of the property, but it is envisioned that and in the future, the county will transfer the property to SSM LLC, and they will construct this facility. This is only a component portion of the overall financing. Mr. Barnberg will be here, or couldn't be here at a later time, to discuss the overall financing, but this is just a component part of it. The special assessments will be levied up to $3.5 million. The reason why I want to have this presentation is because we are planning to issue general obligation bonds, or really it's community improvement district bonds, with the full faith and credit of the county pledged to assist with the debt service of the bonds. However, the lead pledge is the special assessments. The special assessments levied against the property will be the lead pledge. Those annual assessments will come in, and then they will debt service the bonds. But in order to sell this at a little bit lower rate, the pledge of the full faith and credit of the county is actually attached to these debts, this debt. If for whatever reason the financing does not go forward, and we've issued bonds, we are taking precautions to make certain that the county will not be exposed to the best that we possibly can. So for instance, when we convey the property to SSM and they don't construct the facility, we'll have a reversionary interest in the deed, so that if they don't construct it by a date certain, that the property will come back to the county. The other thing that we're doing is, if we issue debt, when the bonds are sold, the monies will go into an escrow account. We call it a project fund. Those monies will not be dispersed out of the project fund unless and until that financing is ready to go forward. Once the financing is ready to go forward, they can draw on those funds, but prior to that time, they will not be able to draw on those funds. If for whatever reason the financing doesn't go forward, those monies held in that escrow fund will go and use to pay off the bonds. There is some exposure, and it's very little exposure, but it costs to issue bonds. It costs for me, it costs for the underwriter. There's some costs of issuance that are associated with that. Those costs could be exposed, but understand there still will be a special assessment levied against the property. But at that point, if the financing doesn't go forward, the property will go back to the county. So the county could be exposed for a little bit in the event that this doesn't go forward. We believe it's going to go forward. Mr. Varnberg has been working with the developer for quite some time, as well as with the USD loan programs to get this financing in a position that it can go forward, plus the equity component and how much the investor has, the company has invested in the project. So I'm happy to answer any questions prior to the time you go into public hearing, but the purpose of this is the statutory compliance with a public hearing for the establishment of the Community Improvement District. Before you is a resolution that's basically establishes the Community Improvement District, sets the boundaries of the district, provides that overall cost of financing, which actually we called it up for $18 million, but $1 million of which up to $3.5 million would be special assessments. We had to modify that. The overall finance would be $20 million with, again, no modifications to the special assessments.
Joe, is that just for that 8 acres?
Yes, yes.
Just for the 8 acres?
It's just for the SSM project, and if as this develops, we will probably have additional CIDs with special assessments similar to this, because we don't want to have different property owners tied to a special assessment, and then you get married to this fact that what if somebody doesn't pay the specials, and importantly, we're issuing debt, and we want to make certain we control that as much as we can. So, excuse me. Yes, it's only for the SSM project.
Do you have any idea what the percentage would be of the loss? What's it cost to buy the bonds? What would be the cost? Just a rough idea.
Yeah, cost of issuance, I think we put it out, it's under $100,000, but, I think.
I don't expect that at all.
Yeah.
I'm just curious to know what the county's exposure would be.
Let me see,
Roughly.
I don't have that number in front of me. Mr. Varnberg, he will have that number, but we have allocated certain pots. So there's going to be 2 USD loan programs, this debt and one other component, and he's allocated the cost to the various financing components.
Thank you.
The 3.5, is that a one-time?
Yes. We would issue debt for $3.5 million. It would be a one-time deal.
The assessment?
The assessments would be tied to the $3.5 million. And that assessment's payable over 20 years. The assessment's payable for 20 years. So you take the 3.5 and divide it by 20 years, and that's what we're paying. That's the annual assessment.
You said the total project was projected at $20 million?
That's correct.
Okay.
But see, we haven't seen anything to say where that 20 million's going. I mean, I guess where my concern is, Joe, not to take anything away from anybody that stands before us, but numbers get thrown out.
Yeah.
Nothing in writing.
Yeah.
We're hearing this, we're hearing that, and is $3.5 million enough? Because nobody's come up and said, okay, to upgrade the water lines or for a septic system or a sewer system, it's this much money. So we really don't know. I mean, are we going to be tacking those fees on to the sale of the land as well as the 3.5 in assessments?
Is Mr. Varnberg, is there going to be a work session after this? Yes. Yeah. Commissioner,
because, and no offense to, I mean, I'm glad these entities are wanting to come here. I wish them all the best in the world. I mean, and we do need to make things in America as much as possible. But I'm just going to throw it out here. I mean, the county's spent millions of dollars so far, and I don't know if any of these entities have spent any money or not.
Well, the representation is they have invested quite a bit. I mean, they're geared up to buy this equipment, and we're putting the facility for the equipment to come in to manufacture those chips. And this is not the chips deal. This is a separate deal. This is an SSM project. But,
correct.
But for today, this is just establishing the CID. We will have to come back before you to actually levy the special assessments. This is just establishing the CID. At a future date, I'll be back down here saying, listen, the financing's ready to go, and we are going to now levy the special assessments. Today, the purpose is just to create the CID. It's a statutory requirement.
You know, and if my memory serves me correct, again, we get people standing up throwing numbers at us and ideas, but again, I haven't seen anything on paper where helps me digest exactly what's going on. So it was said that we're going to help finance $2 million of this through bonds.
Right. That's right.
So
Where's the $3.5 million come from versus the 2?
Well, I know where that's coming from, because we're gonna assess it to the 8 acres.
Right.
But spread out over 20 years, again, we haven't heard from Cook Platte. This is what it's gonna take financially to get infrastructure. We haven't heard out of the 20 million, this is what we're putting in for infrastructure.
Sure.
I'm not saying I'm opposed, it's just I wanna make as an educated decision as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. But Commissioner, I think that will be, and I don't know if Mr. Barnberg, if we even have time, but if Mr. Barnberg could get on the line, or I know he's going to be available today to discuss the overall financing for this project. Again, if you want to table this, we could table that until that discussion is made, but understand.
So, in your opinion then, if we table it, if we don't table this, we've hired you, and I
Sure.
really like you, I really do. But I just wanna make sure that when it comes to the end, somebody don't say, oh, by the way, we need another $10 million.
Right.
Oh, by the way, we lack $2 million of making this happen.
Sure.
Oh, by the way. So, I would like to see it planned out financially to a T,
Absolutely.
or as close to a T as we possibly could. So there's where my reluctancy comes in.
Understood. I think we're working on that, and Mr. Barnberg has been spending many of weekends and weekdays to do this financing and CHIPS. I can tell you, my understanding, because I had the same issues, I don't want to expose the county in any way possible, and that's why I was talking about these safety nets in case something goes south. My understanding is we cannot get the USD loan programs going until the CID is going. So we are the first chip that is required to fall in order for the federal funds to be able to come into this program, to this project. But if
So is that $3.5 million, is that a carved in stone number that we have to stick by when it comes to this CID?
unless we want to amend the petition, unless we ever want to amend the petition that is established in the
So in all
CID.
reality, if somebody come up and said, okay, we have some numbers from years ago, I'm just gonna throw close to 25 million out there to construct a water tower
Sure.
and this and that and the other, develop that area. Where was I going with that? But anyway, that's why I say is it $3.5 million.
It is because there's a process that we have to comply with the statute. The statute requires us to submit a petition. You, as the governing body, submitted that petition on your behalf in May, signed that petition. If we ever want to change that number,
That was my question.
if we want to change that number,
Change that number.
we have to come back, we basically have to start over. We have to start with an amended petition, we'd have to notice up a public hearing, just as today, and we would have to take into consideration an amended resolution modifying that community improvement district for special assessments. We are limited to what we are provided in here. We can't go to $10 million unless we go through a process. And we're not going to do that, we're not going to finalize the process.
What if we started out at 25 million, let's just throw that number out there, and then amended it to less later?
You can amend those.
So would that be a deterrent for the SSM?
We want to be within a realm. We want to be within a realm, and if we are going to
And the
leverage.
realm I wish to be in is making sure we're covered for whatever extra costs that come up.
Sure.
Like I say, it's the, oh, by the way, type deal.
Yeah, let me
I'm
see.
trying to avert, or dodge.
Well,
Pick a word.
my understanding is that just recently, SSM has come to resolve as to what the budget will be. And I thought I brought the budget with me, but I don't see that I have it. But the budget is included as, okay, here's what we have. We have the budgets for this financing. We have a CDBG grant. We have the county. We have the loan program. And included in that will be itemized costs that will be allocated each of these programs. And so there is going to be a budget. And and I don't know if I'm answering this.
We haven't seen what's in that budget.
Right.
The $3.5 million special assessment is enough.
Right. What do you
I
think?
mean, I'll go back to, personally, if they said, SSM says, we'll take care of all their infrastructure money, we need $2,000 bond, or help us, finance $2 million of this, they could have the land. But, I don't wanna come back to, and maybe I'm thinking wrong here, maybe I'm
No, you're not.
speaking out of
I
turn.
don't think so.
That I just don't wanna come to the end and say, oh, by the way, we need an extra 10 million, 2 million,
Sure.
whatever.
If
Because you're getting a budget, I haven't seen one.
Right.
I haven't seen a budget from anybody.
Right. I think what we may want to do is to have that budget presented, so that you can make an informed decision, unless Mr. Barnberg can get on the phone. I don't know if he's available, Bobby.
Because of the time, the commission's only scheduled so much
Uh-huh.
time for this public
Uh-huh.
hearing. This afternoon, if the commission wants to have more meeting on this, they can.
Yeah, maybe that would be a better approach if that's the intent of this commission.
And I don't mean to throw a kink
No,
in it, but
no.
I just,
No,
we've got a lot of-
we've
I
had
mean-
numbers presented to us before. I mean, USDA financing 12 million, Red Lake, 2 million?
That's right.
And that's a bank letter of credit, is that correct?
That's correct.
But, like Tom, I'm a little concerned, I mean, we hear all this, all the numbers, but that's all we hear is numbers.
Sure.
And I certainly don't want the county to get in a bind.
And that's my role. My role as special counsel to the county is to make certain that we take as many precautions as possible. I can tell you, your questions that you are asking were the same questions that I asked. And we were scrambling last week to make certain that we were covering the concerns that could come up if the financing doesn't go forward. I mean, that's what we were trying to get accomplished, which means that is why I did not present today a resolution levying the special assessments. If you don't want to go forward at a later, if for whatever reason there's a change of thought, the resolution levying the special assessment is the one that actually is the linchpin in this deal. This is just a statutory. Is it advisable to create the district? Is this the boundaries that you want to have? And here's what the estimated project cost will be, and the most that we're going to be financing for special assessments is $3.5 million. That would be before you this morning. We will not effectively initiate that special assessment until a later date when I come down and say, hey, listen, here's the resolution that's going to levy the special assessment. Importantly, we cannot levy under the CID Act. We cannot levy special assessments against the county. So you can't levy special assessments against you. So we actually have to convey the property to SSM in order to levy those special assessments. Another precaution that's available. But I'll do whatever you would like. But we do need to have a public hearing, or we need to open the public hearing and continue it to a later time, whichever is the preference for this commission.
Joe, I think all of us probably have a little bit of concern because it's a completely new ballgame for all of us.
Sure.
And I fully understand where Tom's at. To me, the questions are very justifiable.
Exactly.
I guess my question is, if we don't do something today, how long can we put it off without making it and lose the opportunity for them to come in and bid? What type of time frame are we on?
Well, in the statute, after the public hearing is concluded, because we have the GO back of the county, there's a 60-day protest period where voters can come in and say, we don't want this. So if we started today and we held the public hearing, we have to wait until 60 days. That gets us into August 26th, roughly. There's an August 28th meeting that we were going to bring before you, the financing, the full financing for these bonds, along with the conveyance of the property to SSM, and certain waivers from SSM, but we would bring that financing for this particular component of the overall project cost to you roughly around the 28th of August, I believe. If we push it off a week, it just delays everything a week. There are some, I guess there's what we as a financing team collectively have been trying to get accomplished is a win for the county. So we wanted to maybe get out in front of this, get this component under, kind of past us so that we can take it to the federal government to say, here's what the county's willing to do, and here's the component the county's investment will be. Will these two loans come in? I mean, will you be able to finance those two loans to the federal government? So again, this is the first chip, and we're trying to make certain there's some safety nets in case it doesn't come in. But if we want to make certain you have an overall understanding of the budget, we may want to table this until, open it, maybe continue it to either this afternoon or to a later date. And the answer is, Commissioner, is that we would just delay it however long it would necessarily be delayed. So if we wait another week, it would be delayed about another week. Everything would be pushed off by.
If we take action on this and approve it, do we have any risk at all? Or is the risk doesn't start until 2 months down the road?
The risk doesn't start until really you levy the special assessments. The
So
risk.
it doesn't start for another 2 months?
Well, it's really whenever we come in before you and actually levy that special assessment. So it could be 30 days, it could be 2 months. That's when the risk actually it entails. The overall risk, for the monetary risk, is when we sell bonds. And what we're trying to do is sell bonds in September. That's when cost of issuance would be incurred. That's when, if everything went sour, that the exposure would be for the cost of issuance to the county.
So the resolution has to be passed before you can go after USDA financing, is that correct?
That's my understanding. That is my understanding, in discussing with Mr. Varnberg.
Okay.
And this resolution technically starts the 60-day period, for protest. But again, I'll be back before you with the levy of the special assessments, and I understand there is opportunity this afternoon for a work session to talk about that budget if you like.
And is Greg going to be here today, or would he be via phone, Bobby?
Via phone.
Via phone. Well, regardless, we've got to enter into the public hearing.
If you want
Whether
to
we table it or vote through it.
open it, at a minimum, there should be a motion to open the public hearing. You could take public comment, you could continue it to a later date, not close it until you're ready to close it. If you are satisfied with what has been discussed in the public hearing before you is this resolution, again, the resolution is simply, it's advisable to create the community improvement district. Here are the boundaries. The estimated project costs are $20 million, of which $3.5 million would be financed, up to $3.5 million could be financed with special assessments levied against the property. That's what's before you this morning.
Plus the $2 million bond.
Yeah, that included in that $2 million bond, that's the $3.5 million is associated with that overall financing.
So it's all inside. Move to enter into public hearing at 9:23 for the proposed hearing and answering any objections to taxpayers related to the proposed creation of Community Improvement District CID within the county, and declaring the intent of the county to levy a Community Improvement District CID special assessments.
So move, yes.
I'll second.
Moved by Hugan and seconded by McCurry. We don't have any public discussion, so, I guess move to close the public hearing at 9:24 a.m. and resume our regular session commission meeting. That's kind of sad.
It's just what we have to do for the record. So before you is this resolution. Again, you could hold off and take an action on this resolution if you'd like until you get more information, at which point you can reconvene and take consideration of this resolution. I think Angie put resolution 908 is the number on it. Is that correct?
Yep.
And that resolution, again, if I go forward, just real quickly, it simply says, resolution 902, was the resolution that called the public hearing for today. In that resolution, it was estimated project costs are $18 million. It's now been determined that the estimated project costs are $20 million. Well, it's $20,700,000. Again, if it is the desire of this commission, it would be to adopt this resolution to create the community improvement district, set the boundaries as set forth in the resolution. There is a map that's attached to that resolution, and then at a later time, we will be back levying the special assessments. And there's also a whole nother proceeding associated with issuance of bonds at a later time.
It's like we had with the jail.
Exactly.
I see about the same time of year too, right?
We had a motion to go into that hearing.
Yes.
Yes.
By Tom Steve, we didn't vote on that.
Very good.
Did we not vote on that?
No.
No.
Whoops.
I'll step back.
We didn't say all in favor?
Let's say all in favor. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Do we need to do the
Thank you.
same thing to close the meeting? This is the first time we've been involved in one.
Yes,
First time we've been involved in one of these actions. Do we need to also move to close,
that's correct.
also move to close the public hearing?
All in favor, say.
I'd second that.
Oh, moved and seconded. Well, I thought we went through that. Okay. Seconded by Thompson. All in favor, say aye. 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 Motion carries. Okay.
That's where I go back to again. These millions of dollars we're talking about is important to have as much time as possible to digest whatever we can digest. And then we got you here at 9:15 and somebody here at 9:30. Actually, now we're putting Rhonda off, and now we got Christopher Brown. We're supposed to.
Oh, yeah.
to,
Way more important than me.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, everything gets jammed into a tight schedule where I'd rather, myself, and I'm not speaking out of turn here,
Nope.
I'd rather see some of this stuff at the tail end so we can give you as much time as you deserve.
Absolutely.
Because I feel now we're trying to rush, and when you rush, it causes not very good planning, not very good ideas.
Yeah.
Need more time for thought process.
Are you available the rest of the day?
I will be available. I have to run to the airport, but I will be available by phone this afternoon. Whenever you convene, it would be probably after 1 o'clock. I'll be unavailable between noon and 1, but I'm available to answer any questions by phone. I apologize, I can't be here further for the day.
Well, and then again, we go back to, listen,
Yeah.
because we know it's gonna be a lot of discussion when we're talking this many dollars, and for me anyway.
Yeah.
I say go forward, schedule it at the end of the day.
Schedule it, I mean, we can do it at 1 o'clock every time as far as I'm concerned, that way we give you as much time as you deserve.
That's wonderful.
Because it's all very important. I mean,
Absolutely.
It really is, as well as the financial end of it's important.
Absolutely.
For the county taxpayers. I mean, like, I see future benefits greatly, but we need to know what our costs are. As much as we can be educated on that would be great.
Absolutely. Well, I will be available. I'll coordinate with Mr. Skipper, and we could have that conversation. And I apologize for going over my time, but I really appreciate it. It's great seeing everybody this
Do we need
morning.
to make a motion to postpone resolution 908 until 1 o'clock this afternoon?
Whatever's convenient.
And if you guys got a different view on it, that's fine.
No.
Tom, well said.
Well said, I mean,
Would it be available at 1:30? I'll be stretched at 1, but I can make it, but,
1:30.
1:30 would be a little bit better for me.
Maybe, Greg will be available at 1:30 as well. We can have a teleconference or something.
That would be wonderful. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Angel Cushing, you're up, ma'am.
Try to be quick, I know you're jam-packed. I just want you to pass a resolution against the trails. I brought copies for y'all. Probably not enough, 'cause I think y'all are mostly familiar with this.
Do you need this back, or is that part
No,
of it?
that's
Okay.
part of it.
Okay.
So, when we started informing everybody about the, National Heritage Areas up in, northern Kansas and southern Nebraska, we got informed about the trails. At that time, it was the second or third time it had been introduced to Congress. The awareness at that time, it got it pulled back, but because that feasibility study has been done, it's been introduced to Congress again this year. Amongst that paperwork is a pause letter from Ron Estes' office. He was the lead sponsor. He has decided to pause it. It is still there. It is still pending. It has Jake LaTurner and Sharice Davis as co-sponsors to it. If you look at that map of that trail, you'll see all the various congressional districts. All they have to do is get one congressman to introduce this legislation at any session, at any time, and they'll keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it until it goes in. So what I'm asking for is a resolution against the trails that we can send up with that legislation each time that says that, no, the people really don't want this. The reason that's important is because the National Park Service actually requires that everybody is on board and everybody knows about it, yet it's always held a secret. Nobody knows about it. Nobody wants it. The biggest threat of this trail is the minute it's passed by Congress, it becomes a National Park Service unit. They start then leveraging Congress to expand control of that area. And the area is what they refer to as viewshed. So at any time that you stand on the trail for as far as the eye can see, all the way around, it's viewshed.
Can't do anything to it.
Eventually. So now the original law that got introduced in an attempt to get it through Congress this time, it has all kinds of property rights protections in it, which is great until the next Congress comes in and then they start leveraging Congress for more control over, and we have to rewrite that law. To give you a good example is the Appalachian Trail on the East Coast. When that law went in, it was to be just a designation like naming a highway. Eventually, the eminent domain more than 400 properties. The saddest stories was the one in testimony that I read of a group of families that came together and they had a plot of land that was in preservation, in conservation. And the Nature Conservancy group went and took pictures that they found somewhere of some property and went to Congress and proclaimed that that was that preservation land. And they used that to argue Congress to give power to eminent domain properties. And they did, and they ended up eminent domaining more than 400 properties. So once that legislation goes through, it becomes leverage. You've created the jurisdiction, Congress, now we need to get more power to oversee it.
Sorry. We got
So-
several things happening behind the scenes.
Oh, see the laptop. So, that's why I'm before you today, is to ask you to pass a resolution against the trails. The good news is that Coffee County does not have the trail going through it yet.
There's 2 trails on this map. You're talking about eliminating both of them, or one of them already in place?
The Congress has both of, the congressional legislation is for both of them. So it's called the
So
Western.
Neither trail's there now, correct?
Neither trail is there now. Technically, the trail is there, right? I mean, history is history. The signs are marked. It's there. Now they want to make it a National Park Service unit
Take control of the land.
to take control over it. All right, so, Steve, you're the only one I worried about. I think these guys are pretty well schooled on this issue because of National Heritage Area, so I'll start with you. Do you have any questions?
No, I really don't. You said if it passes, then that, the right of public domain, I mean, does that come into effect then?
Eventually, not at first, they'll leverage it. To give you a good example, Kansas already has one trail going through it called the Santa Fe Trail, that is a National Park Service unit. Here in Kansas, they've pretty much left it alone, they haven't done much with it. You cross over into Colorado, it's a whole nother ballgame. They're using that trail to even keep Pinyon Canyon from putting more lights up on their parking lot, and that's a military base. Or prevent cell phone towers from going up. On the East Coast, it's pipelines. No more pipelines, no more communities, no more of anything. So here in Kansas, the non-governmental agencies that are overseeing that has been pretty quiet for now.
I said public domain, eminent domain.
Eminent domain, eventually eminent domain comes into play, eventually. All right, any other questions?
I don't have any.
All right.
Once again, we're battling
Time.
we're battling 30-30. This is all part of the grand scheme of
Using every
the
angle,
administration.
whether it's
Once again, we're at the bottom of the ladder in the fan.
Fish and Game or EPA or whatever, using every angle to gain control, in my opinion.
So please consider passing a resolution against the trails. Thank you.
Thank you. Move to approve resolution number 907, resolution opposing Chisholm National Heritage Trail and the Western National Heritage Trail. Designation, trail designation.
I'll move.
Resolution number 907. Moved by McCurry,
I'll second that.
seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? I think we need to show our counties that we're here to support them,
Exactly.
that the trail's going through. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Thank you.
The signature page. Because I know you're gonna want that.
Thank you. I don't think he's joined yet, but Jessica Tracy.
Sorry,
called in.
Rhonda. I'm
Can I
sorry.
hop in right quick?
Yeah, good jump up here, Rhonda. Sorry,
Okay.
I flew right over the 9:15.
That's okay.
I apologize.
Thank you. I have Bert Peterson, of Rossum LLC. He's got a shed. I'll just give you these if you guys want to pass those around. The property he wants to try to fix up, and it is at 723 North 4th Street here in Burlington. He wants to try to fix up the actual house. It's got some deterioration too, but the shed garage behind it is in pretty bad shape, and he wanted to know if you guys would waive the landfill fees on that.
Is there gonna be something put back in that location?
Well, he's just gonna fix up the house. He may build a new garage, but he didn't say for sure. He just basically wants to get the unsafe structure there by the hospital down and out of there.
Yeah, he originally bought this to, put in that
Yeah.
new pharmacy.
Yeah, and he said the plans have changed, that he would try to, fix up the house and use it as a rental, which of course we need, so.
You know, I know there's been some discussion when it comes to outbuildings, that there's been some hesitation on waiving the landfill fees without something going back in, and I'm not sure what the policy states or says when it's not a house.
Right, we have done it before. You've done a barn down here on Sixth
We
Street.
did the barn.
Mhm.
And we did one, a couple out on Neosho Street.
Yeah, and a couple out there on
I'm not opposed to that, I'm just,
And we're here to clean up property, I fully understand
Right.
that.
So he's wanting to take that building out, is that correct?
That's their county.
And it's just gonna clean the property out, and then he's going to fix the house?
Been trying to fix the houses around.
I mean, that's the intent.
Yep,
It's been blighted for quite a while.
it
Yeah.
has.
Is there another building to the backside of it, cause there's another roof line?
Yeah, there's a house there.
You mean, that's the
Dawn.
house, that's.
There's a house
Thank you.
there.
Well,
That's,
that's right
I'm
here.
talking about that other roof line.
Oh, over
Transition
here.
right there.
So is there another
Maybe
building there
that's
that'll
part of
come
this
down also?
building, is it?
No, he didn't say, he just said this one.
You haven't been out to look at it?
Yeah, I have, but, I mean, I just was assuming the garage, that's what he put.
Was
Garage
the-
has no utilities, and he would like to have it taken down. He intends to repair the house and rent the house out, but the garage is unstable, so must be demolished first. So I think it's only this garage right here, maybe he's gonna try and fix up the other one.
Was there, and I don't know this, was there maybe a dog run or something
It
there
could
at
be,
one
yeah,
time?
I can't remember when I went by there what that one was. I guess I was going on the backside looking at the garage here, so, yeah. And he's just asking for the garage done.
What is-
Looks like there's a small building sitting there behind the garage.
Surely it's going to, you would think, Dawn, if it's,
Yeah,
if it's,
I'd almost bet he's tearing it down also.
yeah. And maybe it's just an add-on to the garage or something there.
I don't have a problem with waiving which is,
No.
if it's gonna clean the property up.
What was the address again?
723 North Fourth.
That's your district, Dawn, if I remember right.
Motion to waive landfill fees for 723 North Fourth for the garage demolition.
I'll move.
Moved by Houston,
I'll second that.
seconded by Thompson. All in favor, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
You,
Thanks, Ron.
sorry for keeping that.
I just seen A and I called Angel and that just went right over the housing authority.
We're looking at the time.
Is Christian on?
Mr. Brown with us yet?
No, he is not. Jessica tried to call him and I think left him a voicemail, so. I guess you guys can,
We can still do it. but
yeah,
Be nice to visit with him, but maybe he'll come on in the middle.
either that or if he calls, I told her she could transfer him to that phone and they can put him on speakerphone.
It's not hooked up to the owl?
Huh?
No, he's not even.
No, he's not on there yet.
He's not even on the, whatever you wanna call it,
He's not on the Zoom meeting.
Zoom meeting. Is he in California? Or is he, Colorado, so he'd be an hour behind.
Yeah, but I think he had told Angie that he might be going to New York or something.
He's in Brooklyn for the draft.
He might not be up yet.
So we need to read the proclamation before we move to approve it, am I correct?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. Or at least,
Wonder if we need to put this off to another date to where we can individually talk to him? Or maybe he could even come in.
well, they moved it from June to July, so
We do have another week.
we do have another week.
Would like to do it.
It'd be nice to have him.
I would like to see him be present, or not present, or via.
Yeah, at least
At
see
least
us
we
Yeah.
could congratulate him.
here, congratulated, so yeah, if you guys want to delay it, that's fine.
Okay.
Delay until next Monday. How's that?
We gotta deal with Wade, it has to be at 10.
Yeah.
That's the quickest thing we've done so far today.
And
And part of it's me.
Miss Amber's here, how long do you need?
I came up for Christian's Day.
Oh, so you agree it would be nice to visually see him,
Oh, yeah.
or at least hear him, and- yeah, okay, well, that's what we'll do then.
But I brought my stuff, so I'm ready to go anytime. Jessica said, maybe he thinks it's mountain time.
Yeah, that could be. It is an hour. Yeah,
Yeah, it'd be nice to get him on Zoom.
yeah,
Chisholm Trail.
it went that way.
We went that way. It's on,
Oh, I've got it right here.
So,
Maybe even if we had to wait a week or two to come here, it'd be a huge plus. As much as what he talks about Burlington being,
that's fine.
we wanna go ahead and jump, to Amber?
That's fine. We can
Great. Come on up, Amber.
Wade's after that, so.
Yeah.
Whether he.
Yeah, if he
tried
steps
it-
in, I can step
Whether he
aside.
tried it 10 or not, who knows?
He might be able to make it.
Yeah.
I don't have much for you.
We'll count on him when we see him.
You don't have much for us today?
I don't have much for you today. In my office, Tim Patterson attained some certification for Coffee County to be a weather-ready nation ambassador. This program recognizes the NOAA, which is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, so like the head of the NWS, the National Weather Service, partners with counties who are improving the nation's readiness against extreme weather, water, and climate events. This certification is now required in order for us to be a NWS storm-ready county, which we have been for many, many years. We have to attain this certification in order to do that, and so Tim did that. We had to do some sending in some procedures and doing some certifications and stuff, and so we are a weather-ready nation ambassador county. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
It's a mouthful too.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We submitted the final draft of Lyon County's host county plan for Wolf Creek. What that is Lyon County's plan for what they would do to take our evacuees during the Wolf Creek event. We submitted the final draft to FEMA. We've been working on it most of this year. You guys are aware that we switched from Neosho Rapids Grade School to Hartford High School, and so that's what this plan kind of encompasses, is all those changes from different buildings. We will be evaluated on this plan in October. They'll have to show that they can set up the facility and do everything that they're supposed to according to the plan. So that'll be us and Lyon County just working together on that. So Julie and I are currently working on Coffee County's plan. We got to get our plan updated, and then we will start on Woodson County's update for Wolf Creek. I submitted the budgets for the emergency management, the JSB, LEPC, and the radio system improvements. Do you guys need me to come up for those or anything, or are you just approving courthouse budgets during your work session?
only if we got questions.
Okay, if you need me to come up, let me know.
I'm almost positive that there's gonna be a, extensive discussion over the budgets, especially with the.
Mine in particular?
Probably everybody's.
Okay.
Hopefully, especially with
Mine
this.
went up, but it's because of radios and sirens, so.
The difference from the state assessment deal is gonna cause some ripple down effect, I'm afraid. It's not gonna be good.
$2 million shortfall.
Well, my budget went down, but then it went back up because we put radios and sirens in there. so.
Right. Yeah, there's gonna be some
Yep, it's a working,
tightening.
yeah, it's a working thing, I mean. So last time I kind of gave you guys a little heads up that we were scheduled to do a hostile action-based Wolf Creek drill. This year, we were supposed to be evaluated on bad guys in the plant, and Wolf Creek had requested from the NRC and from FEMA that we hold off on that because they weren't quite ready for it, I think. I don't know.
I remember you discussing that last
Yeah,
time you ran there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of turnover. I think you guys might have heard Matt Deckett left his.
We did? Matt
Yes.
No longer there?
Matt, well, he's taken a different job. I'm not sure what his new position is, but he's not head of E-Plan anymore, so.
We've only seen Matt once in the last 7-8 months.
So, there will be a new Matt
coming in. I don't know who it is yet.
Not Matt. You just said it was.
Well, I know it's a he because Alex messed up and said he the other day, so I know it's a he. I don't know if his name's Matt. That would work if it was.
The joke could continue there.
Yeah. There'll be a new superintendent of E-Plan. How about that?
They could be trans.
So Wolf Creek asked NRC and FEMA to hold off on it, and they were granted that extension. So our HAB exercise will be pushed to 2025, but this is an evaluation year, and we still have to be evaluated by FEMA and the NRC. So we will still have our Wolf Creek evaluation. It'll just be a regular plume drill like we do all the time. You know, something happens at the plant, radiation leaks out, they fix it, all in one day.
The one on
This year?
November the
This year.
14th is still.
Yep, same.
November the
Yep.
14th still in play?
Yep.
Is that the only one?
There are 2 pre-exercises scheduled.
And they're still in place?
Still in place.
Okay.
September 20th, pre-X1, and October 11th, pre-X2. The second one is kind of on a only if needed basis. So if we do really good on the pre-X1, then we may not have to have the second one, which is good because it's a lot to have to take
So
everybody.
there's still 3? yeah.
Still 3, yeah.
Three.
On any graded year, there should be 3.
Can I have those dates again,
What
sorry.
were those
Sure.
dates again?
Sure. The pre-X1 will be September 20th. Pre-X2 will be October 11th. And the evaluated exercise is November 14th. But I do need to discuss, and I may have mentioned it before, but I will bring it up again. KDM, which is the state, is still hosting the Wolf Creek HAB tabletop drill. This is where we all get together at tables, and it's discussion based. It's not get your stuff out and respond and go do things. This is just sit around and discuss what would happen. They're going to go ahead and they've got this scheduled up in Topeka, and they're going to go ahead and keep doing it, and I think it's a great thing because some practice is better than no practice at all. And you guys have not been part of a HAB drill ever, and part of my EOC staff is new, so they haven't been in a HAB drill. So any experience we can get, I think, is a good thing. So they're going to have their HAB tabletop on August 2nd. KDM is really pushing to get people signed up for it so they know how many tables they need and lunches and all that stuff. We would need 1, possibly 2 commissioners to attend as a policy group because there are a lot of policy group decision maker type things that will be happening. So I will let you guys kind of decide who wants to journey with us to that one.
Is that all days?
I think it'll be over shortly after lunch. They're gonna have like a working lunch that they provide for us, and then it should be over, you know, around 2 maybe.
And that's August the 2nd.
Yeah, and I have a flyer about it. Here's the flyer about the tabletop. And this will be a lot of people there. There'll be state people, there will be KBI, FBI, there'll be Fusion people. Mark, do you want me? And so to get signed up for this, there's always a catch. You have to have a Kansas Train account. Some of you guys may have one, I don't know for sure. But this is the information on how to sign up. If you need me to help you or sign up for you or something, I can. You'll just need to use your whatever email you want to sign up for. So any drills or exercises that we are doing with the state, they now are putting them on this Kansas Train system. So any training that you take for emergency management or for anything really should go through this Kansas Train web application. So whoever decides they want to go, holler at me and we can get you signed up and we'll get you registered for this tabletop. So you guys can draw straws.
It's only a one-day deal.
Yeah. You guys can draw straws, arm wrestle, whatever you want to do. I don't care. On purpose. So, for me, I mean, and we'll get you a car scheduled and all that kind of stuff, but I'll be going, my staff will be going. I think the sheriff and his alternates are all signed up to already go. I believe I'll be asking a couple other organizations in the EOC to go, but not everybody needs to go. Maybe public information, maybe fire, possibly the county engineer. I don't know how, or highway department. I don't know how that's going to go, but I would need one, maybe two commissioners to go to that. Along the lines of tabletops, I'd mentioned this before too, that the Army Corps of Engineers is having a dam failure tabletop in August. It's August 23rd. If anybody's interested in going to that, that's a lot more plausible of an event to happen than a Wolf Creek thing, to something to happen at the dam. So let me know if one or two of you wants to go. Is it two that can go without it being a meeting? Okay. So one or two if you want to go with me to that. That'll be here, I believe, at the Corps office. I think they got the New Strong Community Center for that. I think that's where
on the 23rd.
That's on August 23rd. I don't have a lot of details about it. They just sent me a save the date and get the people to come. So that's what I'm doing. Still waiting on the radios we ordered in December. They keep changing the dates. We did place the order for the highway department radios. No updates on when those are coming yet.
Next year.
Yeah.
Shortly before they get.
Merry Christmas next year.
Re-update them again.
Right. More mandates. We're looking into weather cam, weather station upgrades. We have some weather stations, but they're really old and out of date. Nobody really knows much about them, so we're trying to look into all that. WIBW had requested a weather cam in Burlington, so we're kind of trying to find out what that would entail. I was looking at this tower out here that we have, and it's pretty high, but from my house, which is south and west of town, I can see all of Burlington because I'm up on a hill, and actually the two water towers and the tower over by Sonic, the Mediacom tower, looked like it was probably the tallest. So if we did do something with WIBW, where if you guys have ever seen them during the weather in Emporia, they can zoom around and look. They kind of want to do something like that down here for us. So I thought that would be pretty neat. So I'm trying to find out what that's going to entail. Just a bunch of exercises coming up. We've got all those tabletops I talked to you about, and Newman Hospital in Emporia is getting evaluated, and Lang County, and then we have training at our hospital for Wolf Creek, so busy fall.
Be here before we know it.
I know. Someone said, yeah, fall, and I'm like, well, that's so far away.
It just turned summer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Barely.
Yep.
Any questions for me?
Sounds like you got a lot of things in the works.
Always. Always busy. And then once you get one thing done, then three more pop up. So. All good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Amber.
Yeah.
About our break time. Dwayne Ford, do you have anything for us this morning? I see you back in the back. Or anything you can discuss?
I just wanted to come and introduce myself to you guys. I'm Dwayne Ford. I'm the new superintendent at USD 243. So I just wanted to come down and meet everybody, kind of listen, so you guys could put a face with the name. I talked to Steve the other day on the phone, and I thought, man, I haven't come down to meet any of you yet. I know Jesse, of course, but so anyway.
And I apologize for not getting back with you. I'd spoken with Todd, and I just...
It's quite all right, quite all right. But just wanted to come down and say hi and let you guys know who I am.
Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You'll need all the luck you can get. Thank you.
Where was your, your last superintendent position at?
I was actually the principal over at Lebo for the last
Lebo?
7 years, yeah,
Okay.
so.
Been there quite a long time, I hadn't picked you up, but Ted and I go back a long
Oh,
ways.
yeah,
Ted-
yeah, Mr. Vanocker, yeah, he's a great guy.
We went to Emporia State together back a long, long time.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
But
Oh, he's a good guy.
he's a good guy to fall back on, so.
Yes, yeah, I'm actually utilizing him for some help right at the moment, so.
Good.
Yeah, he's helping, me with the CHIPS thing, you know, well, that's quite a big deal for us, and don't wanna mess anything up there, so he's helping us out with that, so.
A lot of stuff to come.
Yes, yeah,
We hope anyway.
yeah. So I was kinda hearing, I was listening there,
Yeah.
quite interesting.
It is interesting,
That it is.
exciting at the same time, just,
Big opportunities for our kids.
it is,
So.
yeah.
You know, we missed our break. I don't know. We wanna take a couple minute break? Wait on Wade?
There's probably no way to find out exactly on Wade. He did set the time at the court to
He
be
did
here
set
at
it with
10.
the judge supposedly, but it'll take him a couple minutes to get here, I'm sure, so.
Yeah,
If we wanna take
do
a
that.
couple minute break, we'll come back at 10:04.
That'd be good.
Throw the switch and come back at 10:04. Hot mic. Wait on.
That's when you were at the golf tournament Saturday. Softball. Huh?
Softball in Wichita.
No better than I played, I was wishing I wasn't there. I could not pull my game out to save my soul.
You get Gail's mower sidetracked this morning?
Did I?
I called, you wasn't available, I called and talked to the gal, and he had one wheel on the fold-up left wing, the inside wheel was just like hanging. It was like, I mean, literally like that, the other one's, you know, straight. I was like, get a hold of Gail, I think it was Gail, I said, get a hold of him, and, you know, he's gonna lose that tire and rim.
I didn't know about it. I've been here, there, and yonder
Yeah.
already today.
Mr. Wade, you're up, sir. We're back.
I would request a 20 or 25-minute executive session. The basis is attorney-client, provide legal advice relating to contract negotiations specific to the Teal bid for Sunset Manor. Just so everybody's aware, this has been in my possession since the last meeting last week. I've been in a jury trial for the last week, so it's been locked up in my office, and these gentlemen know nothing about what it says other than the chairman. So,
I will move.
Second.
25 minute, executive session, counselor and board, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes, we'll enter at, 10:07 by my clock, which is 10:05. For 25 minutes. All right, Wade, you're up, sir.
returning from executive session, it's my understanding based on the executive session and specific conversations relating to the Sunset Manor, which everybody here and hopefully in the public is aware that was a sealed bid that has not been disclosed or intentionally, and the reason is to not allow, should either the bid be rejected or there be a counter that someone end up with a competitive advantage at a later date in time. As a result, it's my understanding, the action to be taken is there will be a motion related to the sealed bids, that the county is going to provide a counter offer to the sealed bid, and that counter offer will not again be disclosed for intentional reasons to not give somebody a competitive advantage should that counter bid be rejected by the sealed bidder. So I think at this point in time, there needs to be a motion to authorize either myself or the chairman to respond to the sealed bid and to provide a counter bid, counter offer to the sealed bidder, and to do so to allow either myself or I guess the chairman needs to be a part of that, because documentation will likely need to be signed relating to a counter bid or a counter offer. And I think for today's purposes, that will suffice.
So the motion would read, authorize, direct the chairman or county councilor.
Well, for the chairman to sign any documentation relating to a counter offer to the sealed bid received for Sunset Manor. And to allow the county attorney, county councilor to be a part of the counteroffer discussion with the
Real estate company.
With the realtor.
Motion is tied. Move to authorize direct chairman to sign any documentation related to a counter offer for sealed bid relating to Sunset Manor, and to allow the county councilor to be part of the counter offer discussion with the realtor.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Hughes, seconded by McCurry. All in favor, say aye. Aye. So do I need to get with him then this afternoon?
Yes.
You're still gonna be in court.
But get ready to go into closing arguments hopefully pretty soon. So I would anticipate the jury will have the case within the next hour, just before lunch. So after that, I'll be in a spot where I'll be on jury watch.
Do I need anything out of that?
Probably not for right now.
Okay. How about a business card? So I know who to ask, talk to.
Yep, I will get back with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Not for right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Road and Bridge, Adam.
Morning.
Good morning.
Just wanted to give you guys a quick update of what all we've got going on here. Over the last month or so, been rather busy, which is a good thing, I guess. So we started out probably about middle of May. We replaced 3 failing crossroad culverts on some hard surface roads, so we could stay ahead of some of our chipping and asphalt projects. We found these during our early spring, late winter culvert inventory that we did on asphalt roads. So we replaced one there on 12th between Quail and Reaper, Shetland between 12 and 13, and then up on 22nd between Shetland and Trefoil. Those pipes were in pretty bad shape, so we cut the road, replace the pipes, and then we'll get Kilo to go out and put some asphalt back in them before they leave town. Other than that, we've cleared a lot of trees on some right-of-ways in various locations. Had a crew out last week, worked with the landfill on opening up cell number 4. The asphalt crew is finishing up some patching right now today and be ready to start chipping as soon as we're also starting a shoulder project today with the asphalt crew out on the Plant Road. That'll go from 75 all the way to Wolf Creek, and then we'll move up to 22nd Road from 75 to Treeful. That's just to fix those shoulders that haven't had any attention for years, make it a little safer to travel. Like I said, after we tie those two loose ends up, we'll get started on chipping. Hopefully, I'm going to say middle to July, maybe 2 to 3 weeks from now, we'll get started chipping, get ahead of the schedule there. We got the salt barn cleaned out, and the asphalt is pretty much done in there. They're putting the last 2-inch lift in there this morning, and they have milled our parking lot out and getting ready to go back with new asphalt in the parking lot this week. Get that finished up and be done hopefully this week. Last week we hauled our old overhead oil tanks off from the shop there to the landfill. Ryan and I is going to sit down and discuss what we're going to do with those. They're pretty much empty other than a little bit of sludge in the bottom. We talked about maybe purple waving or auctioning them off somehow. We don't have a use for them. 23 years I've been there, I can't ever remember using them, and they're just taking up space. So we hauled them off for now.
They were for road oil?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And they, like I said, I can't recall ever using them.
How big are tanks?
Well, they were actually rail cars,
Oh,
rail
okay,
tanks.
okay.
Yeah, about 30.
They had some value then.
Yeah, they'd be worth a lot more if they were empty. I mean, we have some buyers for them if they were empty, but they got a little bit of mess in the bottom of them. So Ron and I will discuss that when he gets back, come up with a plan. But I think we can get something done with them.
There's a company that'll come in and suck that out from El Dorado, isn't there?
We've checked. We started to kind of do some discussion on how to do that, and we'll probably get together next week when he gets back and come up with a plan.
If the cost overweighs, you know, I mean, as long
That's
as
the
you
biggest thing. If the cost overweighs the
reward.
selling them the way they are, or selling them empty, we'll see what happens, see what we come up with.
I can't think of the name of some recycling company out of El Dorado, I do know.
Yeah, some of this stuff's, I mean, it's not liquid. It's
Sludge.
It's almost even solidified.
It's pretty thick.
Pretty thick.
Yeah.
It's pretty nasty.
I might have to add to it to get it.
I don't know, maybe, it might loosen up later on this week when it's about 110, we'll see. See how it goes.
I know I would if I was inside there.
Yeah. We've hauled a lot, or hauled some rock to several full-mile rock projects and rocked the dust controls that needed rock. I put an email out this morning trying to get a hold of Greg as far as dust control. Haven't heard back from him, but last I knew we were going to be starting next week. Hope to get an email back from him today confirming that, hoping that hasn't changed, but that's the plan as of last week before Ryan left, or actually last Monday, yeah.
He was just in here saying it'd be the second week of July.
Well,
so now you're saying maybe the first week of July?
The last date I heard was the 3rd or the 5th, because
okay.
we were trying to plan around the 4th to get a blade man out ahead of him a day.
Mm-hmm.
That was going to be a tough week, but I don't want to. If they can come next week, I'm not going to turn them away.
Right. Yeah.
I want them to get here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Kilo has completed all the asphalt projects. A little turning radius at 22nd Fauna. They've done Fauna from Old 50 all the way up to the train tracks there in Levo, and then out there around the landfill as far as 12th from Native to Native Place, and then Native Place from 12th all the way to the south end of the scales. That's all been done. They'll be finishing up here at the shop, and then I'll get with Ken and have him go patch those 3 spots where we took the pipes out and I think that should be all we need for asphalt.
You guys gonna do anything on, in between the first curve and the second curve on that
That-
culvert? It's kinda
Oh.
on the north facing hill on the southbound side.
Ryan and I stopped and looked at that, and, I mean, we can throw some patch on it. I actually forgot.
It keeps going, you guys did that last year and it's back down
I
again.
can't find anything going on there. I don't know what the deal is. We might have to core that and see what's going on. We've had a situation like that out at 13th and Shetland, where we had to core the road and actually dump some slurry from the top to fill whatever voids was down there that was settling out, so, those are tough,
I
when
mean,
you
it's
can't figure
nothing,
out what's
it's
going
nothing
on.
bad, but I mean, it's back to a sinkhole after you guys patched it last year too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not bad by no means.
Okay.
Now, it's
So I'll
just-
definitely go take another look at it, but I know Ryan and I talked, or went and looked at it first time you said something about it, and can't come up with a
I
problem.
thought maybe that water was coming in behind that culvert and coming in and trying to get
No,
away on the backside of it.
Not that I could tell. It might be different now, so I'll go take a look and see what I can come up with.
That's in Wade's area.
Okay. Homestead bridges. I talked to Reese Construction last week. All the piers are poured. They were putting in false work last Thursday evening when I was down there, and it's just about complete, and they were gonna start forming the decks this week. 3 to 4 weeks, they should be pouring the decks, and then, of course, 14 to 21 days cure time on the decks, and those will be wrapped up, other than dirt work and erosion control and stuff like that. That is about the gist of it.
Doing a lot of mowing.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the big hitters there. Of course, we're mowing and just general maintenance and trying to put out the fires, landowner requests as we can get to them. This is our busy time of the year, so it's kinda hard to pull off some stuff to go take care of the little things that aren't real emergent. You guys have anything for me?
The river out here on the Roar place,
Mm-hmm.
has there been any time frame set up to, and nobody's called me, I'm just kinda curious where we might be on.
That's still in the progress on that. I hadn't heard any more on.
So I know Ryan met with a erosion specialist. That's the last I know we talked to Joe a little bit
Okay.
about getting that.
I haven't had any phone calls, but I'm
About-
just kinda curious where that might be.
We've talked about moving that road, getting the high lines moved again. It's just still kinda in the planning process, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
As of right now, it's still a closed road.
Okay.
All right.
I'd like to add up on.
Kenny's got some more stuff,
Yeah.
so appreciate it.
Thank
you. Just a couple things, just on our KDOT projects that we got going on, that I'm working with. So our 75 highway cost share, it's still in review with KDOT, and I guess they've had it since the 1st of January, so I don't know where we're at. I keep getting answers of, haven't heard any updates, so. So BG is the one that's working up on that project, so as soon as I know something, we'll let you guys know. Old Highway 50 bid letting was moved to October 18th. We're taking that first mile from Links to 75 out. Our county engineer, Saban, said that they're going to work that mile in with the chips, because there's going to be some upgrading for that he's going to get money to get that redone that way. So it got pushed back another month just so I could get the changes made on the plans. And then Cook Flat changed some things up on me. Instead of doing the cement treated base, the 4-inch cement treated base, they're wanting to go down 6 inches with AB3 compacted and then thicken the asphalt up to 8 inches thick on that shoulder. And they said that would be a lot tighter than doing the cement treated base. So that was also has been thrown a kink on the plans.
It's definitely gonna cheapen it up, but I
Yes.
don't think that it's gonna be I don't think it's gonna solve the issue.
Right. So I've been in contact with KDOT, you know, just to let them know what's going on, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that should be better than doing the cement treated base." So I don't know.
I mean, our problem right now is we're not able to keep the rock that you're shoving in the hole. That's the whole purpose behind the cement treated base, is to make it unpermeable, right?
Got a lot of drainage issues going on.
Unless they're gonna tile.
Well, that was something that Ryan mentioned to him, that, you know, probably need to start thinking about drain tile. Whenever you get in there, you're gonna realize that we're gonna need it.
There's a lot of springs on those hills.
Yeah.
I've hated those pastures beside them many years, and when you're out there in July, and you better hit it fast.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at. I'm hopefully get the plans to where I can send them to KDOT and for a review. So
I don't know if I like Cook Flat changing that. This cost share deal. I don't know that I like them changing that from cement treated to.
What's your opinion?
Well, I honestly don't know. I was a little unsure, but with talking to KDOT, and, you know, we explained everything to them, you know, they agreed with Cook Flat, so not quite sure.
I mean, if you were adamant about the original design,
Mm-hmm.
what, do we have a leg to stand on? I mean, I know it's a cost share where the state's got 80, but
Right.
we've got 20, so I mean,
I mean, as an owner,
this comes back on us anyway, am I correct?
Right, correct.
So they're cutting out that first
If you
mile.
want-
The first mile is bad.
Mm-hmm.
The first mile is bad.
Yeah.
And I can see the reason behind that.
Yeah.
Chip seal.
Do it once and do it right.
Destroy it.
So once you cut out that first mile, your sinkholes aren't as bad from there west.
Mm-hmm.
There is still some, but you're getting pretty much out of your springs.
Right.
It might be okay if a person can do that the first mile, then you might be able to hold it
Yeah.
to redo it later on. But that's gonna put the cost on somebody else, where it was an 80-20 already.
Right.
You know, and which the state's looking at that too. Well, that's gonna save us some money.
Well, which I'm sure with the chips coming in, and they'll probably utilize that road probably more than what it is, that we'll probably be doing the upgrades in the future on that. So we just need to get it built back up.
Needs to get done.
Yes.
For sure.
So that's all that I have.
But even changes like that, should they not be approved by someone other than
It'd be
somebody saying, oh, by the way.
the
it's okay?
engineer on the project. I mean, and Cook Flat's our engineer.
Well, right, but I mean, did you get advanced notification that changing this?
No, did not. Not as soon as I got the plans back to correct from KDOT is when we found out.
So Cook Flat's not communicating with you.
Not very well.
Well, we need to change that.
Yes. I mean, if it's our dollar, our dime we're spending,
Mm-hmm.
we need to be notified.
Right.
So, I don't know if, since they're basically an on-call engineer for road and bridge at their disposal, I mean, who makes that phone call, I guess, is where my mind's going.
Well, right now, if we change in the middle of the project, it's finding somebody that's
I'm not saying we're gonna change
Right.
engineering firms, all I'm saying is, establish some guidelines, boundaries, that if you're gonna change something, we'd like to know first.
Right. Well,
We don't wanna change, we don't wanna change.
well, I would say we was the first to know, but it was a surprise. I
And
mean,
you weren't the first to know.
well.
No, I didn't mean it that way, but.
Yeah. So, yeah, communication's been a little weak.
Okay.
So, but at this point, you know, I guess just establish the ground rules on, you know, we need to get in a little bit more communication on this so that we can get finished.
They changed the design and submitted that to KDOT, right?
No, they did not submit it to KDOT. They submitted it to us.
Oh, okay.
So.
Okay, so you were.
With all the
Yes, sorry.
misunderstood
Yes,
the way you
no,
said
it.
that. I misunderstood.
I understood it coming from the state to you to change it.
Yeah, that's what I.
But yeah, state gave me changes and then Cook Flat gave me changes on
Okay.
top of it. Since
So-
I'm doing the drawings for it all.
Okay.
All come in from once, from Cook Flat and the state at the same time, instead of coming to you from Cook Flat and waiting on the state change.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't care for that very well.
With all the projected traffic on that first mile and continued traffic 5 years down the road, is there any way to beef that up even more? To eliminate, maybe not eliminate, but reduce the maintenance on it 5 years down the road? The traffic on that during construction and continued traffic.
I mean, with everything we're doing, that's supposed to help beef it up. I mean, at least the edges onto it.
Because there'll be a lot of 40-ton loads across it, or 45-ton loads, would be unreal.
Right.
Well, and that's something that's gonna come up later on. That's not part of the state. That'll probably be total county and CHIPS issue then. You know, that's gonna be well over $1 million just to do what they was gonna do.
Yeah, exactly.
And now it's gonna have to be more, so.
But
you might be looking at total replacement of the road.
But that would be part of CHIPS funding, is that correct?
Well,
I mean,
hopefully.
One hopes.
Yeah.
To do it right.
To do it right.
Right.
It needs to be a total rebuild because of where that curb and gutter is at.
Yes.
I've dug a lot up there and that's just that's a sheer point.
Mhm.
And you're not gonna change that.
Yeah. Chopping block.
Unless all that was taken out.
Mhm.
Right.
I agree. Have to start over, wouldn't it?
And they're 3+ foot deep in places.
There's a lot of
It's a
concrete
long
there.
ways down there.
Yeah.
Has been overlaid about it. Oh, how many times?
I don't know.
A lot.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've dug up there a lot along that when we tried to fix all that. Some of it's not as deep as others, but
I mean,
it's for sure the problem.
the best way to fix it is just to tear it all out and start over. But that's a lot.
It's a lot. Whole bunch.
Be an expensive mile.
That'd be a lot of digging if it's would be.
Yeah, and then you got the residents that live there. How you gonna get them
It
to
would be
it?
a very expensive mile, but in hindsight, would it save money in maintenance?
Throughout the years, yeah.
Yeah.
Upfront cost is the problem anymore.
It's gonna be a big upfront cost, but hopefully less throughout the years in maintenance.
Well, I just didn't want the state to come through and us come through and pay 20%, the state pay 80 for that first mile. Then it lasts 3 months after that project gets going, then you're back in there again.
Yeah.
Bob wouldn't be very happy. Saresic, he wouldn't be very happy with us on that if we didn't kick that out. I haven't mentioned his name for a long time in here.
Any thought on how KDOT's gonna take care of that intersection, and make it as safe as they possibly can?
I have no clue on that one.
Yeah, everything on that.
2 discussions that I was in on was possible roundabout, but leaning more towards traffic signals. Other than that,
We've heard a little discussion on roundabout.
I don't think there's enough alert time for a roundabout or signals coming from the south.
Have to have warning.
You're running
Mhm.
65 mile an hour, and you come over that, and that thing's been red light for, you're gonna have trucks on top of cars and so on and so forth, turning roundabout the same way.
Mhm.
Has to have rumble strips.
Yeah, 65.
Put some rumble strips far enough down.
Yeah.
Lighting would be the number one.
Like the roundabout
that is a
lanes,
dark
always
corner.
missing a light.
Yeah.
Where it's
Mhm.
always got tracks through the center of it.
Plowing it in the middle of the night.
Yeah, that's a dark corner.
They just need to put lights up,
Yeah.
not stoplights, regular lights,
Just regular lights, so it's all that.
Yeah.
and maybe some signage would help too. Yeah, I hope it's not a roundabout. That close to Beto, that's,
Yeah.
we got a mile and a half, maybe slowing down again.
Yeah.
So that was the two options that I've heard
Yeah.
so far.
You take one or the other, that's for sure. Flow, there's gonna be. Wouldn't work the way it is now very good.
Mhm.
Be very long, she'd be cracking them up, I would think, anyhow.
All right, well, I don't have anything else.
Okay, thanks for the update.
Yep.
Both of you.
You're welcome.
Thank you
Thank you.
very much, guys. Thank you.
Yep.
You gotta stay cool this week.
Yeah, it's gonna be hot.
It is.
Yes, it is.
It's gonna be hot. Probably one of our busiest weeks with everything going on.
Take
See you
care,
guys.
take care.
You said you had to leave, did you, Steve?
My wife's supposed to text me here and just
Okay.
kind of give me an update on it. When I get word from her, then I'll go up there.
Next on ours was work session, right? About budgets.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're at a work session time.
Are you revisiting that, the thing with Q-Tac Rock and everything at 1:30?
Yeah, he said more like 1:30. I don't know if we can get a hold of,
Just wanted to make sure.
Greg Rumberg to see if he'd be available via phone.
Think we direct Bobby to do that, or?
Okay, I don't think I have this number. I could get with Bobby though and see if Bobby could reach
Might
out
make
to
sure
him.
if we can get everybody on the hook for 1:30. And if a person could send out a Zoom deal, that would be excellent if we could do a Zoom, but I think they're gonna be on the road from the way, Joe, right?
I thought that's what
Joe.
he said.
Joe's gonna be on
He
the
may
road.
not have thought we'd be ready by 11 o'clock. I wonder if he would be.
Well, he said he was headed to Kansas City, to the airport, so,
Oh, to the airport, I didn't hear that.
yeah. I'll see if we can get things set up for 1:30. Zoom would be great, but if they can't, then we'll just do phone somehow. The budget.
Right next, that or early lunch and let Tim do his thing, or Steve.
Well, when, of course, we could break for lunch, and when Steve needs to go, we can just break for lunch and do that deal and come back at
Whatever time.
1 o'clock or something, you know?
Yeah.
Kill a little time, but, I'm gonna step out and call.
Okay.
Right quick, and then we'll have an idea.
I don't know what your guys' feelings are, but I kinda put mine out there with this shortfall coming from the state assessed. I'm worried about this neutral revenue.
I'd like to hear some numbers from Phil quicker on what we're gonna be hearing now.
Well, did you got the email last week from what?
Well, I got that.
His projections.
I know what his projection is. I called up and got new numbers from Connie last week, so.
He did not answer.
Bobby didn't?
And I don't have his cell phone, just send him a message.
Mr. Bobby in a commission meeting room, still live. Can you get things set up for 1:30 with Greg and, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if they can do it by Zoom, a link would be great, but if we gotta do it via phone, we can do it that way as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Set it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As I understand it, you know, Phil, information on the budget is the 10th of July, which is 2 weeks away, and then the final deal will be July the 24th. He's supposed to be here at 9 o'clock.
He's also supposed to be here the 17th.
I'm sorry?
He'll be here the 17th and the 24th if you guys needed him both days.
So he's coming in now, the 24th, instead of
The 17th and the
the
24th.
17th.
2 days.
Yes. 2 weeks.
17th and the
Yeah,
24th.
17th, I don't have him down, but he will be here then.
Yes. That's what Angie's note says.
I'd like to have as much lead time as we can have and make the,
She said all the numbers have been sent to him and he's working on the budget to see how the decrease may affect us, the decrease in value. And she said we may get lucky this year, but it may hit us next year. But we'll find out more from Phil once he.
because we haven't seen all the budgets from our departments yet either.
I think they're all in your books now.
You think they're all
Yes.
in there?
I think she said that they were all in there and that everything has been sent to him. And she said that you guys could just go through each tab and, okay, if you have questions, we can mark them.
I don't personally think we can okay any of them until we know what Phil says. I mean, we might have to go back and tell everybody to get their whiteout out.
That's the reason we need more.
Well, that's what I think the
We
17th
need Phil
is
as early as we can.
I know.
You know, we know the decrease on valuations from utilities, railroad, stuff like that. I talked to Connie last week. Our valuations of everything else in the county is up almost 5 million. So that picks up a small percentage of that. So, but I've got numbers put together, but I'd rather not put them out until we know more about what he's gonna tell us on numbers.
Well, I mean, we can go through each one and see the ones that we haven't seen, I guess. I mean,
Well, if we start at the beginning, it's wages, commission, JSB. We can skip over some of those, because, the way I was looking at it. Some of those are simple and irreversible.
mm-hmm.
Like number 1, wage increases,
Yeah, that's pretty much
a given.
unless you stall or hold everything.
Well, I mean, it's the same as last year,
Yeah, same as last year.
so we can say that one's good.
Yeah.
Which one you talking about?
Number
Wage
1, wage
increase.
increases.
Yeah.
The next one's us, which that one's usually,
I got register of deeds.
I've got commission.
Well, it's supposed to be commission,
Oh,
but it's not
excuse
in
me.
there.
I wonder if
It's section 1, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong numbers on this. It's
Oh.
Section 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
So, going through this list, 17 is wages,
I don't know why you
Sorry.
have registered there though.
So that's
Under
under
tab
17
one.
tab then, is it on?
Register
It's
of
the second
deeds
column
should
with
be,
tab.
yeah.
Okay.
10. Commission, okay, yeah.
We just go down through the numbers as are in our book.
That's what, yeah. I think that's what Tom's doing.
That third one's JSB billing, you know, it's,
Well,
and she said if you guys, if you wanted to revisit them or come back to them, I can just flag them so that you guys know which ones you have questions on, or if you wanted to dig a little deeper into.
Number 2 is commission.
yeah, it is, I'm sorry, I got,
because number 2 is a commission, but there's nothing.
There's no increase on that.
Yeah.
Unless we wanna
there
cut her.
rarely is,
Unless we want to cut her there.
we've done that before.
Mhm. Joint Services Building,
It's number 3, which has a $1,500 increase in contractual. I'm assuming Amber puts that together.
I think she did. Mhm.
Yeah, she did. The JSD.
We agree on that.
We do. I mean, it's a minimal increase.
Yeah.
Clerk Department,
Cause I'm gonna have to,
you say you'll be done before 1 o'clock, Steve, you think?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So she's calling you now?
Yeah, she
Okay.
is.
Okay.
So we can just recess until 1 o'clock, or do we wanna go ahead and run till 12? Just have him leave?
Depends on if we need him for this.
I mean, we got a quorum, but, I mean, we can hold off until 1.
It's whatever,
Yes.
it's whatever.
You're comfortable either way?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
If you guys wanna continue, that's okay.
Go ahead and do what you need to,
All right.
but we'll be back here at 1.
All right, you're good.
Want to keep walking through them, guys?
So,
I'm still on the clerk, I don't know
Yep.
anybody else.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm on the clerk.
You know, which one?
on the clerk.
Clerk. You know, the commodity, there's not a lot of change in it. The commodities jumped to 21.4. Wonder, she had in plans for that.
That I'm not sure. I can call her or ask her, or you guys can ask her when she comes back.
She had some new.
I can flag it
machines.
too, if you guys wanted
Was it
to.
machines?
She had some new machines.
Voting?
It should be back here.
Or software or something?
It was,
I thought you had something.
it was something related to elections, but no, it's not, it's not elections.
That's its
Elections
own-
has its own.
That's its own tab.
I will flag it. And you guys can, she can go over it with you.
There's 15,000 commodities that wasn't in the previous year. Is that all I'm seeing? It was 9,100, 666, and then 0, and now 15,000.
Yeah.
The only one I see that's changed.
See, one of all of them that's very big.
That's right, it'd be 15,000 difference.
Huh.
You see what I'm saying? See what I'm
I found
saying?
it, yeah.
She's probably got a set, you know, good explanation on that, so. I just put a question mark by it.
I have it flagged in her
Okay.
book, so she'll
Okay.
see it.
Okay. So we wanna move on then?
Next one's the election.
That rose considerably.
You know, on the personnel services, 123 is down 26,000 from actual 22. It's up from this year's budget.
Yeah, I wonder what that is.
I know we have to have an additional election next year. We'll have one in the spring as well, for the
Have one in
presidential.
April?
I wanna say it's March or April.
Okay.
So I don't know if that.
Everybody signed up for school board election, city elections. Now, when's our next election take place?
We have
This year, November?
We have a primary for one of the school districts, just their at-large position, it's the Lebo Waverly one. And that will be August 1st.
August.
But just that one, and then the other one will just be.
All the others take place
in November.
Tuesday in November.
Contractual went 70,000, last year was 7,000. Contractual services was 7,000 last year, it's now requested amount 50,000. That's the only one that's changed. 15,000.
Sure. Ask if you want.
Commodities on that went up 15,000. Contractual went from 7,000 last year, this year, to 50,000 next year.
Yeah.
Question.
I have it flagged for
Okay.
that one.
Yeah, I'm sure it's that.
I'm sure it's fine.
Explanation behind it.
Treasure, everybody on treasure?
Yes. The bulk of its wages.
Yeah. It's up 25,000, which would be, in that 9% range.
Mhm. Good with treasure?
Pardon?
Good with treasure?
Well, good will until we know what we might have to do.
Right, exactly. That's why I was wondering if we even wanted to go through it, because we might have to say, crunch them again.
I think it's good for us to go through it and make some notes. And then after Phil talked to us, gives us some hard numbers, that's when we may have to go back through some stuff.
Okay.
And she said that you don't need to go through the whole book today unless you guys wanted to. You can go through part of it on Wednesday if you wanted.
Yeah, 'cause we'll be back here Wednesday signing checks and vouchers. Attorney's office, attorney.
See, if personnel costs are 24%, so you're in that 9% range again.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see that across the board. But,
Well, there's one in here that's got a 32% increase.
in wages? So our Wednesday meeting, that's 9 AM.
Yes.
I had it wrote down, but I just didn't have the.
Candace Legal Services, everything should be all right there.
Counselor department. A bit of increase on contractual. Yeah. Everybody good with counselor?
Yeah.
Register of Deeds.
Personnel,
Oh, crap.
personnel costs up 39. I don't know whether Gwen is adding an employer or not.
Adding 30,000 for possible part-time employee.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why would you go, why not just come back and do the budget? Why not just come back and ask for it if they're gonna add an employee instead of putting fake number in? I mean, that's the way I look at it, it's fake number. I want 30,000 more, but I might have to add an employee, why would not just give us what you need and come and ask for hire a full-time employee because you need to? You see what I mean?
Right.
That's what we've done with some part-time summer employees, like Wade
Yeah.
and like Angie.
Weed department, and Angie does. I mean, I don't know why factor that $30,000 in there?
To me, just leave it out. I put a question mark to ask.
Yeah.
I'll tab it.
I'm sorry?
I'll put a tab on it.
Okay.
Just subtract that out. That's my personal preference.
Number 11, mental health, but I don't have nothing in mind.
Oh, I have one here, I'll make copies of it.
We all need mental health.
Mental health, not health.
That too.
Ditto. 12 is court.
Yep. I was holding this open to insert. Mental health. Copy. Do you have the mental health in yours, Dawn?
Yes.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay, we didn't have ours.
I got part of it, I don't know what's up.
That's 11.
Number 12 is unified court.
Yeah.
You know, their budget's up basically double, but I think our responsibility is, hate to ask Casey.
Yeah, from 22 it darn sure is, isn't it?
Number 11.
Thank you. Thank you, Casey.
On number 12, this court, is the county responsible for the $2,600 on the bottom?
I'll have to look at it here in a second.
The mental wellness has not changed. The mental wellness has not changed.
And it's identical.
That's what we report. Yeah. Make things simpler, they don't like that.
You said number 12?
Yes.
I believe it's just the 2,600.
Well, that's what I think also, but
Let me see if I can pull up her, maybe her spreadsheet.
because there's other counties involved in that.
Mhm.
It was a share cost increase of $222 per,
Yeah.
I'm guessing is that monthly? To come up to $2,600, 222? Times 12, yeah, that would be.
Well, the actually,
Yeah, because if you look down at the bottom, it says other revenues which have accrued, or will accrue to the county general fund.
So this is our only responsibilities at the bottom?
I believe so.
$2,600.
But I can flag it and we can,
Cause 222 per month is 2664. $222 a month extra. Or however it's figured.
Yeah.
200, come up to 2600.
Total increase of $1,050 for county share is an increase of $222.
So you take 222 times 12, and that's 2664, right? Is that not right?
That's one of the necessary evils, it really almost don't matter what it is.
Yeah.
Are we done with the judge? Fourth district?
Which one are we down to?
Going to 13, I think. What's that?
Okay. That's when we got public works.
Yeah, asphalt equipment, what I wrote on top of it, public works. Landfill.
This is all speculation numbers, is what that is.
Mhm.
I mean, it's got a plan. I just don't know how.
You know, the special bridge equipment, we don't have a folder or a page on it.
special bridge equipment, should be the second page in there.
Second page, I got listed as solid waste.
Yeah, I wrote landfill, so.
I don't know.
There's 3 areas there, and I've only got 2 pages. You know, that solid waste
Public Works asphalt equipment was the first one.
You
Count
should-
starting
there
at
are, I was gonna say, there's 3 different funds. There's
Right.
41, 42, and 43, which should be asphalt equipment and special bridge equipment.
You know, I've got my deal labeled that way. Asphalt, the first page. Asphalt $1,500,000, equipment $970, and 2 pickups at $120. And that's basically the same as it was a year, well, except equipment.
Equipment went up.
Equipment went up,
400,000.
yeah, 412.
Which you told us that was coming.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like I say, that might
That might have to change.
have to change.
I'm gonna put a question mark.
Yeah.
I put a flag on that one.
I'm sorry?
She
I
put
put
a
a flag on it.
Courthouse.
Contractual jumped up, 225, or 220. Have no idea what we
Shouldn't be too hard to find that. Service agreements, yeah.
contractual services up 100, part of that.
Yeah, 500 to 600. Yeah.
Contract services up 20,000.
20, and then
Service
service agreements
agreements.
40.
Fuel expense.
Maybe need to flag that.
Phone landlines went from 5,500 to 14,000. Radio pager, 40,000.
You know, the radio pager, the prior year, which would be 22, was 36,000. This year, we didn't budget any for 23. And then 24 is back up 40, so there's gotta be a specific reason to just move it back up.
Does this encompass again?
Do what?
Well, my question was, courthouse general. Well, does it encompass, does it encompass maintenance, does it encompass?
Well, I think there's a budget for courthouse maintenance, is there not?
Well, that's why I was going back to look at my,
I lost my sheet. I mean, it's got janitorial, this has got landscaping,
okay,
office supplies, plumbing,
okay.
building supplies.
HVAC.
That's a,
Right.
that HVAC's a shot in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
That can go from $4,000 to $400,000 in one phone call.
Yeah, because it's not gonna work if it's not working.
Exactly.
It's not a workable solution.
Yeah.
Has to be fixed.
Reimbursement expense.
That almost 200,000.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Wonder what plays into that reimbursement expense?
You got that flag, don't you?
Put this together. Just a wait thing.
The courthouse?
It's got landscaping.
Who puts it for, who put this
I don't know
together?
if it's Andrew or if it's
I
Wade.
figured it's probably Angie.
The courthouse
I have it
expense?
flagged.
I'm sure that's Ann.
I would
She
say
can
that.
answer those questions
Yeah.
real quick.
I would say that.
Mhm.
All right. Put it on.
Wellness.
Well, this looks like it's all right.
Usually is, stays about the same.
Notable. Pages stacked.
General capital outlay 46.
See, in 22, it's 16,000. We budgeted 1.1 this year, and budget for 24 is 1,250. It may be one that we could address a little bit too.
Mm-hmm.
What, that one flagged?
Well,
as
I think capital outlay, wouldn't that come, wouldn't,
That may be the courthouse.
that's what I wondered if it's,
Angie could answer that, I mean, real quick.
kinda goes hand in hand. Technology, training, and equipment.
That's the same. You know, that's the same as the budget was in 23, but the actual in 22 is 58 and 22. So we got a jump of about 150.
From 22 to 24.
Yeah, from 20. That's one we could ask Brad on.
Switches.
Because I'm not sure where we're at on the 23 budget. He'd probably have a good idea of, you know, how it's
If he's
going.
over or under.
Yeah, he'd have a good idea on that, but now.
Yeah, West Brad on that. Number 18, Council on Aging. Council on Aging,
Yeah.
the office is down at,
Senior center.
is it senior center?
No. I'm just curious. I do something I'm not familiar with, so.
Be honest with you, I forgot.
What's that on the way?
Just curious where their office is at, the Council on Aging.
When I presented something to the, Council of Aging here 6-8 months ago on the veteran deal, it was at the senior center. Now, whether that's me or not, wait, I don't
Okay,
know.
that's what these guys seem to think, so.
You're welcome.
I talked to the group there at the senior.
Okay, thank you. I'm just curious,
Mark, does New Strong have a senior center? Okay. So they don't have a request in there for funds, so all the rest of it is.
All good on that? As good as we can be at the moment anyway?
I think the utility, Council of Aging and the senior centers look all right.
I guess that's courthouse utilities, right?
You know, that's an increase of 38 over 22 actual. That's one that could probably be reduced, but it wouldn't be a big reduction. The chances are it won't change much.
Should.
Pardon?
It shouldn't change a whole lot, but no. Let's see, I don't have anything.
You wanna mark it okay?
If y'all are happy with it. I mean, we can come back if we need to.
I'll go ahead and, I'm gonna put a question mark by it then.
I mean, we can always give it a
Under
haircut.
utilities, it's an increase of 38, probably, even if it increased, it wouldn't be near that.
The resource council, and she doesn't have one either, I don't think that they have submitted it yet.
I've got a note in mine, Resource Council, no budget, is that correct?
Yeah. We don't have anything.
Evidently, they don't have no budget, or they haven't got it prepared yet.
I will flag that tab to the next.
21. Juvenile department, no change. 22.
They didn't have a paper in there last year either.
Oh, really?
They didn't. Juvenile detention.
No change. We're over to Coffee County Airport.
They're down.
Yeah, they're down some. Yay, they get a star.
Thanks, guys.
too, because they got their projects all done.
Yeah, that's what the increase was.
Mhm.
The increase was for.
So, that'll be helpful.
We're just,
You know, their numbers,
They got everything about done right there.
Yeah, I see Carson's got their erosion control blankets up, and looks like they pulled out.
all the equipment's been moved up there when I was by the other day.
everybody good on the airport?
Yeah.
Yeah.
23, technology. Technology.
Right.
Yeah, but wasn't there something else in here that we were doing about technology?
That was the technology training and equipment.
Who's that? That's Brad, isn't it? Why isn't it all under the same budget?
I don't know.
The same department?
Yes, yeah.
Well,
No, that has to do with that, countywide fiber thing.
We had a fiber board.
Yes. We'd have to ask Brad. Don't quote me on that. He's gonna come in and explain something on that to us anyway, so.
Think that technology deal's all right.
Yeah, just, looks like the increase is,
Most of the increases in the
Wages.
wage part, but he give,
He got a $9,000 or $10,000 increase, $8,000 or $9,000 increase.
yeah, there's the increase to,
We on to 24 now?
I am.
yeah.
Brad's gonna come up and talk to us about the technology and training equipment, correct?
I think so.
We did flag that, right, Tracy?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I flagged the training,
So we can have that
got your
conversation.
note of why they're,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
We can have that conversation, your question about that.
Coffee County Council for the Arts.
And I think she entered the 9,000 on the spreadsheet that she sent to them. I don't think they wrote it down.
For the Council of Arts, we're just responsible for the 90,000.
Correct.
A lot of writing on that. Second page. Everybody good with that one?
Which one, 24?
Yep. Coffee County Sheriff's Office.
personnel services, that's just salaries.
Big increase. Anything previous year on this list projects, future capital expenditures, do you have anything to compare that to? Would be under commodities, wouldn't it?
I'm sorry.
Capital expenditures, wouldn't that be under commodities? Would that be part of the commodities? $272,000 to $511,000.
I think you described it as commodities or something you can actually touch.
Yes. So that would be, this is batteries, headsets, office equipment, uniforms, AEDs, chairs. I call this commodities. We went from 511, well, we went from 272,823 to 511 for 24. Over 200,000. So range $35,000.
Nice. I think it was 23 was on this page, wasn't it?
Well, that's what I was saying, there wasn't nothing to compare it to.
Kind of hard to compare.
Would you like me to flag it?
Mm-hmm. I would.
You know, it's just kind of hard to go back and forth here.
Very hard. You agreed on the flagging?
Yeah, and on the wages note, it shows, 2.526, which is 32% increase. And based on the 33 employees, plus Tom and Eric and Dawn, this year's salaries is gonna be 2.067. So that's, you know, over 400 difference. So we need to, and he may not be, I don't know where he's done hiring or not with the jail coming up and everything, but we probably just need to ask Tom where he's at on numbers. The other day, Tom said he was fully up on employees. And we're still vacant a dispatcher and vacant a deputy based on the chart that's here. So, of course, those two vacant positions, the dollar amount's already figured in there
Figured
too.
in, yeah.
They've always kept the dollar amount in the budget request. Yeah, I think we just need to visit with Tom a little bit. Cost County Transportation,
He came up, presented his,
yeah.
it was pretty good.
Information on it, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's good explanation behind it.
You know, right now, it looks like it's only gonna be 4,000 above what it was in 22. It'd be lower than what the budget request for 23, so.
I don't see that as being a problem.
Transportation's probably all right.
Says Coffee County Transportation lost $68,000 from 23 to 24. All good?
Yeah.
So, Coffee County Jail.
See, there's one that's got wages, 36%.
It all falls under its capital outlay. What's that?
Upgrades, cars, computers, whatever.
There's two big ones on that, the equipment, jail, transport vehicles, and body scanning. Amounts for 250.
That's for the new facility.
I'm sorry?
That's for the new facility. I don't know.
I'm just wondering if he's not up in that, knowing his budget's gotta go up.
Putting that in there to cover that.
Yeah, just starting the process now.
Mm-hmm.
But he
I know that.
won't need those items until, late 25.
Visit on that one.
I'm sorry?
Visit that one?
Yep.
Yeah, I think. Lake, Coffee County Lake.
You got some capital outlay there. Just need a vote or something.
Must be.
Capital outlay they've got a big jump
The
there.
used boat, $80,000 worth. Uh-huh.
Must be a fast boat.
Maybe I need to get into selling big used boats.
Tell you what, I've been trying to find one for 6 months.
They say all that stuff.
No, I want to spend $30,000 on it. The good one I want keeps getting
Creeping further up.
Well, no, it just, if it's worth it, darn, it just don't stay on the lot. That's it.
That's the bulk of it.
Wages were just up 6.5%, which is big.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why they've got meal reimbursements and travel expenses on this and they don't have anything on the sheriff's office. Training. I mean, there's zeros in these, but it would be nice to see what that is on the sheriff's office year end as well. Question mark on the boat, Mike? Are we good?
He's gonna be up there, might as well ask him.
Might as well flag it.
Might as well ask him about the boat, I guess.
2 happiest days of my life when I bought one and sold it.
Yep.
Emergency management.
I think emergency management looked,
It's consistent with everybody else, right around 20 to 25,000.
the personnel services up, but, you know, originally Amber was gonna try to make that emergency deal work with 3 people, now there is 4 employees, so it's probably, and she's got all 4 employees' wages listed there, it's about the second page. So, my thought is it's probably
Probably all right.
probably right.
Yep. Meantime, wanna recess till 1?
Sure. Yep.
We'll recess till 1 p.m. All right, 1 o'clock, we're back. On page
31.
Oh, we're on 31? Yeah. I got local emergency planning committee.
That's one we left off on, yeah.
Yeah.
On point 9,
Was
30.
30.
or 30,
No change.
yeah, I marked 30 as no change.
Pretty simple.
Conservation district. County support went up to $3,000.
County support's up $3,000.
What's that department actually under? Is that under ag?
That'd be that's not the extension office, is it? That's,
Why do I not know that?
Well, it's the conservation district, well, that'd be what's in with FSA, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think,
I don't know who
oh,
set
so-
that budget, I guess, I don't know, trying to say. We wanna ask that question, I know it's been asked before, but I can't remember.
Would you like it flagged?
Do you know who set that budget?
The conservation district?
Isn't that the north office out there at the FSA?
I will,
Is
I
that
can
soil-
message Angie.
is that soil conservation?
I think
Yeah,
that's
sure
all
it is.
soil.
It wouldn't be FSA.
They said
would it?
that.
Probably NRCS.
Okay.
NRC, that's out there.
The same office.
Same
It's
office.
the same
yeah.
office, one is on
Okay.
one side and,
FSA's on the south side.
yeah.
Yes. Which we've been supporting for years, and it's 3,000 increase.
But the county supports not much change.
I don't see a problem.
Yeah, yeah.
I just was wanting to. I couldn't remember whether ag extension set that or what.
Uh-huh.
I think that Lake region, the next one, I think that's the same dollars we did a year ago.
It is, I believe.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
We don't have a 33 on our books.
Yeah, we don't have a
Solid waste
paper on
authority.
23, or 33.
You don't have a 33 either.
No, she has it highlighted on her.
Okay. Over to 34, fair board. 9,000, $11,000, $9,000.
County sport jumped 9,000.
What, Tom?
Wonder why.
No, I mean, it's substantial percentage, anyhow.
Half of that money, they've got that building put in there.
Is let's see where the 9,000 increase comes from.
Well, you know, it's not spelled out here.
It's a cut. We can't very well add $1 million to their request here at this point in time.
No.
No matter what.
And that's when we may ask Phil, because I don't, he may stick that million in. Well, but he will. Yeah, but, so we need to mark it to get some clarification.
It is mine.
Well, the county support hadn't.
County support hadn't changed.
Well, yeah.
Well, it is $9,000.
Yeah, but if that building goes up, that'll be.
$900,000 a
Be
month.
us.
Yeah.
So we need to get some clarification on how Phil's gonna do that, which I pretty well know what, but.
I say we take, and we've done this before, I'm getting into habit of pointing toothpick at my mouth. Have them just take that building out of their budget. It looks like they gotta replace showroom bar, arena roof for $150,000.
Yeah.
Which, some of these entities have, just, they come to us with a project outside their budget, and we
help them.
more than happily help them, so I don't
know why they were
I don't know if
budgeted.
you wanna give them the 150,000 and take away the 900.
Or
I mean,
take
because-
them both out and come and ask for the
I
$150,000.
think we need to take them out until what point they are gonna build.
To do something.
You know, we have
Don't you
special
think?
requests come in here occasionally, and that's what, 2 items, it could be a special request.
I agree, and we're still working on the crops building anyway, so as far
Yeah.
as,
Yeah, I don't see what it should be in there ahead of time, really, should it?
I don't think, I mean, it helps you plan for expenditures, yes, I understand that, but with what we're looking at, we're gonna have an issue anyway,
yeah,
I have a feeling.
yes.
And we spent so daggone much money on that design of the other building,
Yeah.
what, 65,000, 68,000?
40-some.
It started out being 40, I don't know.
It was 40-some, it was a percentage of completion, but it's gonna take another 40-some to redesign and finish the design. And then the cost of the building associated with it was, we haven't finished the discussion on how we're gonna get there.
Yeah.
When the discussion hadn't been finished yet, so I would just then see that be done.
I just
As
can't
opposed-
believe to take what we already have and give it to a contractor, say, make this work, and save that $40,000.
And that's the question I asked Wade, and we got, you know, his, thinking is not wrong to, you know, documents in place, you know, penalties, bonding, all like that, so that was my question to him. I mean, if he wants to write that up or whatever, then,
Sure.
you know, 'cause you most certainly don't wanna leave the drawings up to interpretation by the reader all the time either, so.
Yeah, I can see that.
I know, I'll just do it this way, and Joe Schmo's doing it that way, and
Then you have a
you
complete.
get a high dollar shower or one feed bucket or something for another. You know, so that's the situation I wish to avoid, so.
Mhm.
And with all that's going on, we just haven't finished that conversation, so. That's where I'm at with it.
Buildings have been built for hundreds of years that didn't have architects involved in it, and cost went up
And they're still
30%,
standing.
and they're still standing,
Yeah.
so I think it's probably, my take on it, anyway.
That was then and this is now? Is that gonna-
We'll have to get ahold of the Fair Board, I guess, and ask them to do that, is that correct?
I think so.
Okay.
Agricultural Fair Department, no change.
Household hazardous waste. That go through Venus. And I don't doubt that it ain't costing any more to get something done.
Yeah, I can agree. Everybody good with some HHW?
Yes.
For which one, Jesse?
HHW,
Yeah.
household hazardous
Yeah.
waste.
There's a small difference in that one category.
It doesn't surprise me that that's more expensive, the cost of dealing with.
Disposing of it.
Well, the big thing is trying to dispose of it and finding companies that will do that.
Yeah.
Plus $11,000.
I'm not too
Yeah.
sure recycling isn't.
Bobby?
I'm sorry,
That's probably not
there's not much
out of
change there.
whack, is it
No,
really?
no, personnel cost up 12, but other than that, it's.
On recycling.
Yeah, recycling's probably.
Probably good.
Yeah.
37, Fair Board, or Fair Building.
I'm not sure why they're jumping at 9.
Well,
What's the Fair Building?
I don't know.
That's what I'm wondering. Why wouldn't that be back there on the
Fair board.
Fair Board?
Or why wouldn't it have a building in here?
Right.
If it's a fair building. But, so I guess they're coming in, or we're gonna talk to them about
About the building.
about the building and pulling that from our budget. We'll ask about this one because
Yeah.
it's no explanation where the extra 9,000.
Talk to them about the same time.
Yeah, I just, not that I'll be able to remember it next year, I'd just like to know what the difference is.
Yeah.
Between the two.
And why is the extra 9,000 requested?
Yeah, right.
But it does no
Pretty high percentage.
explanation as to why. It's almost double. Who makes those contacts?
With the
Fair
Fair?
board or whomever, yes.
I would say Angie's
Probably
department
Angie.
the contacting. So if you need some clarification, see you blank day, blank time.
I'll get with her, and if I need to call him, I can call him.
Mr. Jesse,
Mm-hmm.
you know, Wade Bowen was coming back in, or is he staying?
He's probably still in the court, would be my guess.
I think he was hoping to have it wrapped up.
Yeah, he was hoping for it.
Do you want him here? Would you like to see him?
Well, I was just gonna ask if he was gonna be here, he could use his for the Zoom, he could use his computer. If not, I brought one.
Was you using that computer this morning for them?
Mhm.
Is that his computer or yours?
No, that one just always stays in here, I think.
Oh.
I don't know whose it is.
Donate.
Does it have a password?
We just
No, it's
reappropriated it.
Appraiser.
Yes,
Wages.
wages and,
Mm-hmm.
Which, we knew that was number.
And then you could always log
On
into your
you
email
remember,
and
we asked for Connie to come
pull it up
in
that way.
thank you.
2 years
It should
ago,
be-
maybe 3, I'm not
Whenever
really
you're
sure.
ready, I'll make sure that it works and I can get it up on the
And her
TV for you.
personnel cost was, request was, if I remember right, 25% more than what it was previous year. And Connie said she likes to have extra there in case she needs it. Hire an extra employee for appraiser or something else. And this being up at 574, it's probably one that we need to revisit and maybe move it back down. But I'd like to ask Connie to come in when we get ready to ask the department heads to come in.
Okay.
I mean, they put another vehicle in 28, but, I mean, that's $30,000.
So see the personnel costs up 100,000. You know, that's 20% over 2 years ago when it was actual. So it's, Casey, on the monthly report we get, it's got probably 40 pages in it, where each department shows what percentage they've used as of that particular date. Are those readily available, or?
That would probably be something that Jessica could maybe.
I think Jessica's probably the one that keeps that. I wouldn't mind relook at that and see where the
That shows
actual,
their percentages.
where the actual salaries are in compared to the time of the month, or time of the year.
I can ask her.
So we're questioning the appraisers.
Well, I'd like to review it just a little more. 'Cause I think there probably is some extra, quite a few extra dollars involved in that.
Janitorial maintenance, that's through Wade, is it not?
Yes.
No changes.
Okay.
When Wade didn't have, at least a 3.5% cost of living. That's what was been suggested, I think, was 3.5% cost of living.
Yes.
They would
sometimes, usually. But no change at this time. So that's about 500. Not very painful, does anybody think? No. SOS.
From on janitor.
On,
SOS 40.
SOS.
Okay, what do we do on janitorial maintenance?
Question to why we don't have a 3.5% increase in wages?
Well, it's going down to $40,000.
From 2 years ago.
From 2 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, but how many employees are under the janitorial maintenance? You know, we've had some changes in that. What is there, 4?
I think there's 4.
There's 4. Is there just 3 now? Because that's dropped, you know, that's dropped $53,000.
I think it's been the same number since
Are they
I
all
started.
under that particular category now?
I think so.
Because the request for funding is 53.
I have it flagged, so we can ask Wade.
Contractors, you know, is at 300.
Yeah.
Actual in 22 was 14,000, and now it's 300,000.
Yeah. That's the question.
So SOS was good.
Yeah. I think so.
On to 41.
No, yeah, those are all the furniture moved, the carpet full. Yeah. That's
On that housing deal, you know, matching / grant expenditures from 150 to 396, is that one that we could also leave down where it was, and if she gets a certain amount of grants, we could add, put it back in? And I have no problem doing it, you know, if it's awarded, I'm not sure we need that 396 sitting in there for the budget to start with.
I don't think, yeah.
I'm not downplaying what's going, you know, because I know they were trying to secure as many grants as they can, and that's great.
Yeah, trying to work on quite a few different things, you know.
But we could always, if the funding's available, I'd take out, you know, 244 there.
I would be for it. I would.
Yeah. I suppose we need to see what her, you know, what she would tell us on that. I know she's working, when that project, triplex is done in Leroy, I think that allows her the opportunity to work on another grant too. So,
I think they're working on one in Gridley, I think, but I don't know
I think
how far they're into it.
I think I've heard that too, Wade.
Yeah, on the house.
But my thought is maybe pull it out to start with and.
Yeah,
and then work with it later.
I'm not disagreeing with you, I just saying that, I'm under the impression they have something else in the works.
What's going on, 246?
Well, that's my thought.
I mean, you know,
Unless she's far enough along, she knows she's gonna get
Right.
some.
That may- Conversation then?
Yes.
I would
Yeah.
say.
Health Department.
Yep.
something?
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't get, I've highlighted that link, I need to put it in a new browser.
Wayne County support last year, 243, 638.
638.
And like, you can't use Google Chrome, or you just
You know,
need
the
it in a
personnel
different
services
window?
in twenty-three budget is considerable over what twenty-two was, but they were down, what, 2 or 3 employees there at one time, so
All the staff's back on board.
the 481 is
Right.
maybe closer than, and the 512 was fully staffed, maybe it needs to, that may be where it needs to be.
Unless that number on county support's
Way
off,
off.
it's gotta be off,
Yeah, it's,
because 22 county support made up. And they're 90%, 80% of
the whole budget.
the whole budget, yes.
Oh, you mean the number for 23 is off, you mean?
Yes,
For
on
county
part of county support,
Yeah.
that can't be correct.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't think so.
That 243 is probably,
443.
I wouldn't be surprised if it ain't 443.
Mm-hmm.
Which probably ain't much different than what the request is.
Yeah.
Because the expenditures are only $20,000 difference, less than 17,000.
Yeah,
You know, they was having, here a while back, they was talking about, wasn't Carl Lee's pay still coming out of their budget? And they was talking about a shortfall
Mm-hmm.
because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody was talking about that
I don't-
prior to
I don't-
Amelia's arrival.
Was that,
Let's have a
didn't
discussion.
Katie bring that up?
Who was it?
Katie?
Maybe it was Katie brought it up, that
Yeah,
with Carl Lee's salary coming out of that,
Right.
and her getting full staffed, she was gonna have a shortfall of probably Carl Lee's wage.
And more, maybe.
And more.
I think Katie brought that up at a meeting.
And we said, well, we'll just bring it to us and we can extend, or put more into it
I
at
seem
the
to
time.
remember.
And that's what we're talking about doing on 2 or 3 that, right now. I don't recall that comment, Jesse.
Well, and
I
it might
do.
have been when you was, no, was it when you was down and out?
I was down November, December.
Jennifer brought it up.
Jennifer brought it
Yeah.
up.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Except it was about 3 or 4 of them coming up trying to explain what's
That's
gonna
right.
be going on.
So that might have been the timeline Dawn was down and out.
Her and Katie
I don't
were-
remember everything.
Her and Katie
anyway.
weren't here together, if I remember right. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, we'll discuss that for sure.
You wanna mark that one good?
No discussion.
Okay. Probably need a short discussion on it.
Crosswinds.
Crosswinds is probably all right.
Same as it has been.
Ambulance, I got Bouquet Road on top of it.
Yeah, I got an X on
That's
mine.
because we sat in here with Jobin that day when he presented it. I believe, if I remember correctly, we just basically approved it at that time.
I think that's.
We had a lengthy conversation on both
Yeah.
the ambulance and the hospital.
Yeah.
Reusing the body and putting
It's
it
a
in
done
the
deal.
chest.
We gotta make a decision on that 2 weeks after the presentation.
Okay.
Historical.
Yeah. What's that? Coffee County outside agencies. Oh, okay. About the Coffee County Hospital.
You ready for me?
Mortgages, wages, 4.3.
Yeah, let's see, the wages are up 8, but that's only, 4.5%
Yeah.
over the budget request last year. quite a bit higher than what the actual was in 22.
And my first set was 25,000. I don't see any issue.
Not that much of a percentage, if we're,
And they said their insurance went up for the historical museum. We good on the museum?
Yeah, I think I am. You good, museum, Don? Steve?
Yes, I am.
On,
That's pretty minimal.
On the museum.
museum. You know, a question maybe it was that way last year, and I probably asked a savings account, you know, it's got 503 in it, I wonder, what's that really standing for? Because we're probably issuing her, that museum, a check twice a year. And maybe it's just on the wrong line for something. Yeah, I'm good with everything on except, I'd say that's probably on, yeah, it's not labeled correctly.
She usually does a pretty good job.
Yeah, all of her breakdowns here done a fantastic job of putting everything down. I get a chance here in the next 2 days, I may just ask her what that,
Okay, that'd be
what
good.
that is. Other than that, I'd say it's probably good.
I'm wondering if the savings isn't their inventory, if they're counting that as a dollar monetary figure.
What's the first part of your question?
I'm wondering if that's not their inventory that they're looking at as being in their savings account, I think.
Well, we're still cutting her a check twice a year.
Right.
And does she go into the savings account? Jesse, I can't answer that.
I don't know. COF,
Good.
5,000 increase.
Yeah. We need to start picking this out. I'm fine with it.
$47, economic development, just put big X through it. Okay, Ridley? Yeah.
It's down overall request from last year.
Mhm.
Had a premonition.
What's that?
Said I had a premonition.
Premonition?
You knew we were in trouble before we knew it.
That's what you said.
All good on that?
Yeah. Sounds good.
It'll be just a little while.
No, we'll stop.
We're ready. We're ready.
Adam's on his way up to see why he's not connecting with him.
We're stopping on 48.
But we can hear him, we just
Yep.
can't.
Yep, right on
We'll be able to
48.
get the picture up.
Just wish we
Adam's
had
on
one
his way up to
resolved
see why
so
it's
that
not
was
connecting
knocked
again.
out.
It did it this morning too,
Yeah.
so.
Commission LT, easy connect to screen. Yep, Wade messed it up when he left. Technology, it's so nice.
Only if it works in your favor.
Yeah.
Stephen, how you doing?
I'm good, I'm very good.
Good.
Turned it
Even,
on.
even in the heat, huh?
I had it on
Yeah,
and then
this
it.
is actually a more comfortable day. What was it, Saturday was miserable.
oh, that was bad.
Wait till Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Yeah, they were fancy, but Saturday was oppressive. I mean, it was just,
Oh, that air just wouldn't,
yeah.
There wasn't a breeze, it would have been really bad.
oh, that's right.
I was at a meeting up in the city, and they were talking about, air quality,
as you've probably noticed on news, it's been ozone alerts and all that stuff. And they said we've had unusually no wind in June.
Yeah.
So
Do I need to turn it on?
the jet stream has changed this, and we're just having this, you got those Canada fires, and so you've got this air, and it's just not moving. Usually we have a lot more wind in June.
My dad used to say we need a hurricane to come up here and blow this out of here.
Yeah, that's right.
And that used to,
And that
we used
rainwater
to get
too.
that, you know, usually change the pattern.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Can we get the pictures of Greg and Joe?
They might have their cameras turned off or not have a camera. Oh, there we go.
There we are.
Oh, there we go.
Greg's not at his
We've
desk.
seen him before.
Hey, Greg, you're muted.
Is there a volume?
Joe's got an X through his too. Well, the X is gone, Joe, but we can't hear you.
I don't know sign language, so.
Yeah. I think we're blowing this up.
Him and Greg are talking to each other.
Yeah.
looks like.
That would indicate the problem.
More than likely.
Adam left too quick.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to keep, or take, lip here.
Yeah. I can't hear anyhow, I sure can't live right.
Sabian, while they're working on that, Kenny Rooney was in here earlier and, changes on Highway 50.
Yeah, he filled me in after I was working down there since I had time in the day. Yeah, our engineers in looking at that just felt like there was a need to have more for standards purposes than anything else.
I think we got it.
We got somebody there.
We can hear
We can
him
hear
now.
somebody.
And,
Okay.
and
It is a
if
speaker,
you're
it is
talking
a
about the
speaker,
one
because they can hear
mile-
each other while they're talking.
No,
On Zoom.
going from the cement trade stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I confirmed
Yeah,
that
can we
with
turn
three
the
of our
hour up?
engineers and said that was more of a standard that needed to be applied,
We got
based on the type of roadway and the condition.
Okay, try that.
So.
How are we now?
Can you hear us okay?
And KDOT, I think, wanted that as well, so.
It's a want.
Jesse?
Yes.
Jesse, can you hear?
Yep,
Yeah, we got you now.
we got you now.
All right, that's great. Sorry about that. Are we good to go?
To my knowledge, Greg, can you hear everybody okay?
Yeah, I can hear everybody fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Good afternoon.
So I guess the reason we're here is, for the CID and the assessment of $3.5 million based, or spread out over 20 years and to try, pick my words cautiously and not be offensive, but just, we get numbers tossed out at us, you know, and yet we really don't know what it's gonna cost us to get infrastructure to these people. We haven't been 100% told that the water line that's supplying that area now is gonna be sufficient enough. We haven't been 100% told of much of any of those things to make an educated decision as to whether $3.5 million assessment is enough, or can we sell the 8 acres for $20 million and assess $3.5 million? I mean, I think I would like some more information.
I actually have some handouts for you.
Okay.
And tried to break it down real simplistically to, and I'll go through this all.
Joe, can you hear Saban?
Yeah, I can hear him fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're good. Thanks, Don.
And one left if you. So, when this project, was first brought to us as your engineer, and I think we came forward with you guys, we started putting together, engineering costs and things of that nature. And in working through that and then working with Bobby, it seemed like the real question I think you're getting at, is, you know, what is the county responsible for? And, and so.
And the risk.
And the risk. And so that's what we've tried to break down here based on what we know. And then I'm not the expert on the $3.5 million, that's these guys, but I think most importantly is you wanna know what the cost to the county might be, and then is it possible that some of this is, can be funded in another manner? So what we've got here is, the site engineering. I'll just go down, these are items to be reimbursed to the county that would be paid out of the proceeds of the financing. Okay, that's the first group, which is the site engineering, $55,000. And again, I kind of rounded these. We've already given a letter to Wade. You know, our fee was like 52, but we want to give you comfort that there's some cushion in here that still works within the financing numbers. $15,000 for marketing costs. $10,500 is the geotechnical engineering and survey. And the environmental, we've already sent out letters to all the agencies for environmental scan. We expect to get those back in the next 2 to 2.5 weeks. We don't anticipate anything coming up there, but that's standard procedure. And then $30,000 administration fee, and those dollars there are to pay for the county staff, not ours are the engineering numbers, but like Bobby's time or anybody in the county that would need to be involved in this project, there's a budget there to pay those administrative costs. The next category there to be paid by the CDBG grant that you I think have been informed about in an earlier meeting. And we did, Tom, we did price out, these numbers are estimates that we came up with for this sheet. $100,000 for sanitation and wastewater treatment. We've got $100,000 in there because we have looked at the cost of a septic to get them going, and also we've learned that we could look at a small treatment facility. We also learned that Neustron has capability, and they're nearby the airport, so it's possible we could have a service connection that could go to Neustron. So, but all that, any of those options could be handled in the $100,000 number.
You could get piping from the airport to the Neustron facilities for $100,000.
Where they're actually closer to the airport than
the actual town.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
And that's not going to overwhelm their system, or?
No, they have capacity.
So with that being said, so for future expansion at the airport, I mean, is that?
It's a possibility.
It's not going to be an issue.
No, I don't foresee it as an issue, certainly because you've got options. Neustron has capacity, and you can go the route as if there's more businesses, then we can look at a treatment plant right there.
Take that water the other way.
Yeah.
So the water, question on the water would be the same.
Yeah, the water, there is a line there. Again, we've had some early discussions with Coffee County 3 and Wholesale 12 and City of Burlington. I think we're good on water. I mean, we do need to do a little more investigation on pipe size, but as far as capacity of water that can be provided, it's capable.
But again, just for the one facility, if there's expansion, then what's?
I'll say this,
or am I thinking too far ahead?
No, you're not thinking too far ahead. There's enough capacity that there could probably handle an additional building or two. But as we're looking at the KSMC site, the CHIPSAC site up north, that's going to change water capacity for the whole area.
Right.
So my anticipation is as that project goes, it's going to solve some of these other issues for Wholesale 12, Coffee 3, and even Burlington. You know, you understand what I'm getting at? They're kind of happening a little bit out of sync, but as far as getting this operation going, there's capacity to get that done. Okay. And then we have $50,000 in there for gas. That's just an estimate that Bobby got from the gas folks. That may come at a lower cost because they may take a different model of user pay, over time type thing. Again, there's
natural gas.
Yeah. Natural gas, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm. Yeah. And then, electric, we have a 0 in there because, again, they're using a model of, we can get you, there's power, and then you just pay, you pay your normal rates.
Okay.
And then the CDBG grant, that number, I think, is 1.25?
1.25 million.
1.25 million. And so we're trying to find as many of these infrastructure pieces that can be paid for with that grant. So again, these, you might say these would be county costs, but it's paying, we're going to use the grant to pay for these county improvements.
Okay.
And we've stuck in $250,000 of the access road. We did a cost estimate for the access road that was right at $750,000. So to portion this out with the grant, again, this is a proposed budget. I'm just so, you guys can shuffle the grant dollars to whatever you
But
see.
as long as we got enough there in the total budget to cover anything that, like I said, was telling Joe earlier, I don't wanna come down to, oh, by the way,
Right.
type thing. And so with that being said, I do know there was some discussion that, Can Seal would be, the part of their parking lot is in front of that frontage road. So has somebody been in communication with them as to how we can appease them and remedy any situation that may arise there?
I haven't had any further discussion on that. That is not something that,
So if we haven't had a discussion, do they actually own that property that is their parking lot where we need to put the frontage road, or is that something the county owns?
no, well, the answer would be, no, because it hadn't been declared easement yet. But, I'm assuming in any situation, you'd have to reimburse them for that area, or maybe, he did say he was willing to take extra parking maybe around his facility, in compensation for that when we first spoke.
Okay.
Yeah, because one of the, with SSM, again, we're not covering you're not covering their parking, but when we did the initial layout to show them kind of how it might work, they preferred to have their parking kind of wrap around the side of the building.
Backside.
So some in the front, we had it all on the side, but they want some parking in front to kind of make it visible to Highway 75 in that manner. I do know that at some point there was a very early conversation with Can Seal, at least the idea that businesses may be coming, and they were open to working this out. So
Okay.
it probably needs to be more follow-up, but our
Just don't want anybody surprised.
Yeah,
and
no,
say,
no.
oh, I had no idea.
No, that we can certainly work on that. And then the last item here would just be, again, this is a proposal that after spending CDBG grant money on the different categories, then there would be about $500,000 left of the frontage road cost, that maybe that comes out of the county to get the frontage road in place, and that could serve you beyond SSM. We're not taking it all the way to 20th Street at this point. We'll take it beyond SSM a distance, as the budget would allow.
Fence line in there, is that where you're heading?
Yeah, so it would be, if you imagine frontage road to 75, and just imagine taking that road north. The only twist I can see would be when you get up near 20th, you're probably going to want to curve that road a little bit to the east, just so you're not bringing that driveway so close to a 75 intersection, if I'm making sense. Because you would be increasing traffic and just a safety.
Have a bigger triangle.
Yeah.
There at the intersection.
Yeah, so I hope that helps you guys get maybe a little bit more comfort level of what we would consider to be county responsibility for the SSM project.
It helps immensely.
Okay, and I think we've got the numbers with a little bit of cushion that it still works within the Yeah, it still works within the overall financing.
So this may not be a very intelligent question, but this map of the proposed CID, this right-of-way for the frontage road is part of that. Is that correct?
I'm gonna turn to these guys, cause with that, I
It looks
believe that
like
would
to
be.
me that that's right against, I mean, I'm no drawing reader, but it looks like it's right.
Yes.
I mean, we're gonna,
Yes.
we need to own the road, I guess is what I'm
Yes.
trying to say. So
Yes.
apparently there's more than 8 acres in this, if they're wanting 8 acres, is that?
If the frontage road is included in there, and I would have to double check, I see our guys did the exhibit. So, I would say yes, because here's your center line of 75, 70 feet of right of way, so the router road is included, so it's slightly more than the 8 acres.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that, I just wanna make sure we're, you know, the county wants to own the frontage road, you know.
I think we have to own the frontage road if we're gonna supply more acreage up that.
Right,
you know,
right,
up
but
the road.
I'm just looking at this map, and I may not, I noticed this before when we were looking at it, that I just wanna make sure that's not, the frontage road
Is included.
is not included in the 8 acres that they want, I guess, is what I'm,
Okay, I got you.
am I making any sense, guys?
Yeah, no, I get you.
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna have to come up with some sort of agreement with Canfield, get that purchased, to
Yeah.
build them a parking lot out back. and
How'd it look,
change
Don?
something.
What'd you get?
Right.
Well, I hit the wrong button.
Okay.
But you take 400 feet times 8120, or
Yeah.
871, that's 8 acres.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then if we want to remove the road, we can do that.
That's 8
We can-
acres.
we can do
has
that.
the road in it.
Spread them
The
out
dark
a
spot.
little longer.
Yes, we can do that.
The dark,
Yeah.
dark line's 8 acres.
I'll go
Okay,
back to our
so you
folks,
see
we'll
what I'm
adjust
saying.
that diagram
Okay.
and the 8 acres to cover it. So we'll make that change.
Yeah, just that needs to be out of,
Yeah,
you know, their
Gotcha.
property.
Yeah.
Basically.
That's gonna change the design of the building more than likely as well.
well, I don't think so. They're in our discussions with SSM, they really wanted the excess 8 acres to the north. And so I don't know that we're gonna have a major issue there. I
They've
really-
got enough room to
Yeah,
east
yeah.
and east and
Yeah,
west.
because we laid it out with that road, if I'm making sense, so,
Okay.
so the building, I think, remains where it was planned to be. We're just talking about moving that
Right.
8 acre line.
But basically, we wouldn't be deeding or whatever
Yes.
quite 8 acres to them.
Well, we could make it 8
Or
acres by
adjust
going
it
further
over
north.
east. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
fine.
yeah,
May have to move the whole thing 20, 30
Okay.
feet.
yeah, yeah.
So when you talk about the CDBG, that's a quick turnaround on that grant then?
That's
I mean,
my
if you want to
under-
break ground by September, that's quick turnaround.
Yeah,
500,000.
that has not been, I mean, I've been working with Garrett, but I haven't been the one handling the CDBG grant, so
That's
maybe,
probably more Greg's question.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to address that, and we actually had a conversation with Garrett yesterday about timing of the CDBG, because we're working on a combined calendar for all of the components of the plan of finance,
Okay.
trying to make sure they come together simultaneously. And the process for the CDBG grant, and then there's a companion CDBG loan, that's a small piece of this. It looks like that would all fall in place around mid-September, which lines up with the timing for the county GO bonds for the CID, or the Community Improvement District. And then the other two pieces of the plan of finance, there's the USDA red lead loan, which is administered through the local electric cooperative. And that timing also is around mid-September. And then the last and largest piece of the plan of finance is the USDA Business and Industry Loan Program. That one is, the timing looks like it could slip into October, but we had a call just about an hour ago about ways to accelerate that time frame and get that to where that's also falling in place around mid-September. So I know there were some questions about closing on one piece early and then having something fall apart on the other component of the plan of finance, but it looks like a lot of this is going to be falling into place in kind of mid-late September, so we wouldn't have to worry about closing on one financing and then something goes wrong with another piece of it. and so right now, the conversation I had with Garrett about the CDBG, where we stand, he feels very confident that that's going to fall in place. It's just a matter of going through the steps, and the same thing for both the Red Leg and the B&I programs that offered by the USDA. That's falling in place nicely. We have just a couple of pieces of information we need from the company, and we plan to submit the documents to the USDA and the B&I program probably by the end of this week or by Monday at the latest. But, you know, if that was related to your question, the timing of all of these components look like they would come together for a closing around mid to late September.
Okay. So now I'll go back over to Joe about the $3.5 million in special assessment. Is that I mean, it looks like it's not a bad number to use, but I mean, is it, now with all this being said, to be fair and honest, is that too high? I mean, does that have to be $3.5 million?
Well, Greg, maybe you could break that out, because we started with the $2 million, and then we have the 48D tax credits for the $1.5 million. So I don't know, Greg, if you want to kind of discuss that.
Yeah, and that's probably a question that I'd be best to answer. And so let me just give you a breakdown of the components of the financing and the anticipated amount. So I referenced the USDA Red Leg program, which again, that is a loan that goes through the Four Rivers Electric Cooperative to kind of administer that loan. And that also requires SSM to obtain a $2 million letter of credit to secure that Red Leg loan. So that's $2 million. The USDA Business and Industry Loan Program, the current amount that we anticipate financing under that program is $14,280,000. And so that is obviously the largest component of the overall plan of finance. Then we have the CDBG grant, and then there's a small, as part of that grant, there's a $187,000 loan that goes along with the grant proceeds. But then that leaves the last two components, and we break this out into two pieces, but it's really the county Community Improvement District general obligation bonds. And the total amount is $3.5 million. But we're breaking that out into two different pieces because we don't expect $1.5 million of the total $3.5 million to be outstanding very long. The federal government provides what's called Advanced Manufacturing Investment Tax Credit, or we sometimes call it the 48D tax credit. And SSM will qualify to receive that tax credit based upon the expenditures that they're making. That is going to be probably $1.5 to $2.5 million that they will receive back from the federal government after the project is complete. And it's a refundable tax credit, so that means that when the project is done, the company knows that it qualifies for a 25% advanced manufacturing investment tax credit, and when they submit their income taxes to the federal government, even if they don't have taxable income, they can ask for a refund or a payment of that $1.5 to $2.5 million. And so we have the company covenanting to take at least $1.5 million and immediately pay down the general obligation bonds. So that is a pretty straightforward tax credit. It's not a tax credit you have to go out and sell. It's actually just cash refund by the IRS to SSM, and they should receive that in year 2. So of the $3.5 million in GO bonds, it drops down to $2 million, in year 2 after we redeem at least $1.5 million from that tax credit. So the remaining $2 million, the plan is to have that a 20-year period. Or we could consider shortening that up if that's, preferable to the county. But you'll have special assessments equal to the amount of principal and interest on that $2 million. And the $2 million, again, I know we've talked about this at some of your prior commission meetings, but the assessment payments, just like property taxes, are a priority claim against that property in front of any mortgage or any loan. And so the security from the county perspective is that if the company doesn't pay its special assessment, which is used to repay the bond issue, then you can go through a foreclosure process and you end up selling a $20 million project to recover whatever the unpaid assessment is at that point. I should also mention on the $1.5 million that we intend to have paid down quickly from the tax credit, we will also be levying special assessments on that, just in case if there's a problem in getting the federal tax credit and paying that down immediately, then the company is obligated to make payments equal to debt service through the form of a special assessment to cover both the $1.5 million and $2 million. So we will have a special assessments in place in case that federal tax credit doesn't pay down that $1.5 million immediately.
I know way more now than I did.
Feel a lot better, don't you?
So I know it's a long answer, but I hope that helped provide some clarity as to what so really close to a $20 million project, of which the county is helping assist by issuing $3.5 million in bonds. But it's important to note, you're providing an economic development benefit, but it's not a cash outlay by the county. You're making this financing tool available to them. They will pay 100% of the debt service on the financings, and of that $3.5 million, $1.5 million is going to go away pretty quickly, and it's secured by special assessments, which are, in terms of a priority in the event of a default, the assessments have to be paid first.
And I do remember some of this conversation, Greg, but I always go back to, again, when some of you guys get in here and you're throwing out some of this stuff at us, and Angie or whoever is at 10:45, and I feel like I'm trying to rush through things, and this helps me.
Yeah.
This really helps me digest it and understand it 100% better than earlier, Joe. If that's, I mean, this is great. I like this kind of conversation.
I mean, it's the basic part that we're kind of a loan guarantee, basically, and then we're going to have the security from the building, long and short of it. Right?
But we don't have to set up any funding in our budget to handle any of this.
For the bonds, I don't think so.
You'll set up Greg, correct them, they'll set up a bond debt service fund and a project fund, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And the source of revenue that will be used to repay that bond is going to be those special assessments coming in from the company. But I made the comment that I did earlier about economic development incentives, and I watch, and Joe does as well. We see a lot of cities, a lot of counties that will provide incentives to a company, and that can be in the form of eliminating sales tax or eliminating property tax or even a cash incentive. And I really, applaud the county for this approach, because you're helping get this project across the finish line, but you're not giving up any of those revenue streams, and you're not writing a check to make this project happen. You're really providing a financing tool that's valuable to the company, and they're going to make the payments on that financing tool. And then I feel like you have a very reasonable protection for the repayment of that financing tool, which is the GO bonds, in the form of where the assessments stand in terms of that default scenario. You're first to get paid before any of the other lenders, recover their exposure. And you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Great summary, Greg. Tom, the answer to your question is, do we need more? Hopefully this discussion outlines that we don't need more, that Greg, like I mentioned this morning, he's been working weekdays and weeknights weekends to, not only for this project, but also the CHIPS project, and I think the numbers, as he refines them, have come into play, that we don't believe, again, with Saban's commitment for what the county would be paying for, the answer to that question is, we don't believe, hopefully I could speak for Greg and Saban, is that we need more. And then, yeah, I echo Greg's sentiments, the aspect of providing this incentive, this ability to finance this. Other cities and counties do have property tax abatement, sales tax refunds. This is a little bit unique, and it's pretty beneficial for this particular project. In terms of what I talked about is if everything goes south, what are the protections that are available? One of the items that Bobby just mentioned is setting up a project fund. So when we sell debt, the monies will go into a project fund, and until the financing is fully complete, there will be no disbursements out of that project fund. So Don, there will be some sub-accounts created within the county to just manage and administer this financing associated with the county's portion, but it shouldn't be too complicated, and we do it all the time.
How many dollars are you talking about in that account?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
How many dollars are you talking about putting in that account?
Well, the project fund would be the amount of, what do we need, $3.5 million, roughly, and then it will be dispersed out of that project fund to pay for project costs, and then the P&I, or principal and interest, or what we sometimes refer as debt service, is the amount of the annual assessments that come in to debt service those bonds. So for instance, if we have in year 2, those tax credits come in, then that $1.5 million plus the special assessments for that year would be dumped into that debt service fund to redeem bonds at that amount. We'll really redeem that amount of bonds and debt service to outstanding bonds that are remain that $2 million component.
We've got a chart here, net debt service through 2038. There's an interest dollars there they're going to be paying. There's no interest percentage. What's the percentage on this? 6%?
And I can answer that, and that's just really a formatting. And I do apologize, I have another meeting I have to step into here in just one minute. But that on page 2, that net debt service schedule, that's showing all of the various, the 5 or 6 different financing categories we have, and it's trying to put it into one schedule. So during those years, 2025 through 2038,
yes.
The red leg program is going to have a different interest rate than the B&I interest rate, and the GEO bonds will have a different interest rate. That's the reason it shows it there. But if you really want to look at each debt service schedule in that report, individually they start on page 3. The red leg program actually has a 0% interest rate. The B&I loan program, right now we're estimating 8.14% on that.
I now see that first page, so.
Yeah, and so it looks confusing, and it actually looks like there might be a mistake on that page 2, but it's really because it's trying to compile 5 or 6 different schedules into one summary page.
Okay. Administrative fees, $611,000 for the first, through 2030. Where's that administrative fees? Where's that go to? And it's not our concern, because that's part of the debt service, but.
Yeah, so the red leg program has a 0.25% administrative charge.
Yep.
The B&I loan program, also USDA, there's an administrative charge that goes along with that. I want to say that's 0.5%. I believe that's correct, but I'm not, I think that's what that is. So that's really an expense as part of financing through the B&I program, as they impose an administrative charge. And those go to the USDA and the lenders in those 2 scenarios.
Okay. Thanks, Greg.
Sure. Yeah, I hope that helps. And I apologize, I have this other commitment, but hopefully help answer some of your questions this afternoon.
It did, and it refreshed some of the other questions I had, so thank you very much, Greg.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all.
Thanks, Greg.
So we're not planning on any sort of tax abatement on the property, nothing like that? We're helping finance it off down the road where everybody goes and everybody's happy-go-lucky?
Correct. While Joe's on here, Joe, can you tell the commission, we hadn't talked, you and I hadn't even talked about this, but originally we were, in the financing, plan of finance, we were anticipating using a 30% rebate of their future property taxes to enhance their debt service, to allow them to issue debt on that enhancement, while the county would keep the 70%. In this scenario, this current plan of finance, we're keeping 100% of the property taxes. We're not abating anything. But however, one of the things that we had talked about prior, there's 2 or 3 loopholes where a business can get their taxes abated. If not through one of the state programs, and maybe possibly a future commissioner, other than the current commission, where they don't know the deal that was made, and if it's not on paper and signed, memorialized, another commissioner might undo and abate those taxes. So when we do maybe the land conveyance deal or any other instrument, maybe one of the finance instruments, we have an agreement with the company. They agree not to ask for a tax abatement, and also the reversionary clauses on the property itself. Does that make sense? Did you hear anything I said?
No, it's absolutely right, Bobby. That's absolutely right. The reversionary interest, as well as, we will not allow them to abate taxes. However, they will have the ability to protest their taxes if there's just a rogue appraiser that goes out there and tries to increase their rates too much. But they'll have that right to protest or any kind of appreciation in their taxes, but they're going to agree not to abate taxes. And also, of course, the special assessments are the lead pledge. So the specials, even if they try to abate their taxes, they're still going to have to pay that amount of the specials to debt service bonds.
So that's a question on that?
Yeah. Like I say, I feel more like I can make a better educated decision. I don't know about the rest of you.
So basically, I mean, to get to the brass tacks, you're just looking at $500,000 to build a road and whatever it'd take to get the access through CanSeal's area.
CanSeal has to allow you to, in any instance like that, have access to your other property. If you plan to put a road there, that's your right, and you have to compensate them. But the compensation that maybe a judge would award under threat of lawsuit, if he fought it, which he's not, would still be minimal. I'm talking about it's not going to cost you an arm and leg. As a courtesy, though, it was discussed that if there was conveyance by Mr. Menard of whatever room there was necessary, that the county, while it's doing the other project, might pour an equal amount of parking equal to what they lost, maybe.
On the north side of their building, which is only fair.
Seems very feasible, yeah.
Just real quickly too, I was texting our engineers to remove the frontage road, we would do 40 feet. So I've got them already working on take 40 feet out of that drawing. We'll put that additional acreage on the north side, so we still keep the 8 acres.
So 40 feet's enough for the roadway and
so to the point of CanSeal, we're looking at a 40-foot right-of-way for the frontage road, or easement, however you want to handle it.
So that's enough.
Yeah, it should be plenty. We're talking about in a 40-foot right-of-way, with what you have there. 2 12-foot lanes, or you could even go to a 30-foot roadway. I mean, there's plenty of room, because you've got the state right-of-way on your west, so you don't want to mess with any issues on their.
So we're really not going to have a drainage ditch on the west side. You might say it would be built along the side of the property.
Yeah.
Is that correct? That's
Yeah.
okay to run
Now,
water into the
we could
state?
talk about, it is, but we also could talk to the state of Kansas about, as long as we run the quantities for drainage, that property is draining to that ditch now anyway, so to
Right.
speak. So as long as, typically what they would
Not
say
change
is,
the
as long as
flow.
you're not harming us, in any way, then we'll work with you. So we can work through that in engineering,
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, we'll increase a little because we're putting concrete in, but that's still part of the drainage going that way.
Yeah.
So I asked the question about the water lines being ample enough and this, that, and the other. I know some cities that, Emporia being one of them, are tearing out about 5,000 linear feet of street to upsize the water lines because Simmons is getting ready to add on and they need more water. So those are the situations I mean, to the tune of $2 million.
Yeah, no, it's,
So those are the situations we'd like to try and avoid.
yeah, no, I totally get it. I think, again, from the meeting, we had a good meeting, Carl Lee and myself and Bobby, we met with the water districts. I feel good about capacity for, I'll say, these initial couple buildings.
Okay.
I think it's solvable there. And we were really pleased about Newstrong with the sewer situation, because I think there's an option there. We gotta do a little more investigation, but again, my point was to say the budget will handle the solution, whether it be septic to start, or a small treatment facility, or we connect to Newstrong. I think we're good.
And it sounds like Newstrong is on board with it.
Oh, they were actually. They wanted. They were really positive about it.
It would be crazy to put a septic system in when you can go to, why put a septic system in if you can even remotely get close to the.
We agree.
System, that's a final done deal.
Yeah.
And you've got half of it, if you put another building up, you only have to go this far. You know, so.
I think there's some great opportunity here.
And it is downhill that way too.
Yes.
So would the water lines be along that frontage road, or?
There's water lines along the 75 now, so in essence, you're kind of just checking the sizing there and the capacity there, and then tapping what exists to the airport now to service these buildings.
So, I mean, I guess you're gonna leave the water lines underneath of that roadway then?
Haven't got that far yet, but I would say, if the water lines are on the state right of way, we don't have to do anything other than a connection, if I'm making sense.
Yes.
If they're off of the state right of way, then yes, we'll have to figure out
Decide
where it
put
is
it.
with respect to the road, the frontage road.
You don't wanna build a road over the top of it.
No. But we could put it right outside,
I'm not the engineer.
the west side, or we can figure that out.
Yeah, left or right
Yeah.
of the lines.
Yes.
Give you enough room to access your.
Correct.
Other than at the cancel location.
Yeah.
You might be through their front door.
Yeah.
If you gotta move over 10 more feet.
Yeah.
And water usage for SSM was somewhere around 1,500 gallons a day. Is
Yeah,
that-
it was.
I mean, it was pretty minimal.
Pretty minimal. We were pleased. I mean, it's and even just in a broader sense, not to muddy the water, but with all this other work up north, we're starting to see from where we were with what they thought their water needs were gonna be, because of the type of technology of how they're gonna clean their own water and how they have to have super clean water for their facilities. So our water usage is going down, so that's a good thing for.
Have some availability
Yes.
from that direction.
Yes.
Good deal.
So. Well, I think that's answered a whole lot of questions.
Yes, sir.
Prior to.
May I add one thing?
Sure.
Joe, you made a comment this morning, and it's sad Greg had to leave, but Greg told all of us that the USDA financing is contingent upon this piece going first, the chicken and egg. And when you made that statement, I already knew the answer, but it is true that the USDA financing is fully dependent on the commission moving forward with two things: the approval and enactment of and creation of a CID, and also the conveyance of land. The conveyance of land has actually come in a few weeks. Now, the commission has not had everything they needed to determine a price for the land. So that's, but as we continue to discuss, maybe that's getting closer. But is it accurate that that's what you understand, that two things, that this is dependent, this piece has to move first to allow the other financials to get approved, and then also oh, I forget my last piece, what, go.
Conveyance of the land. And the conveyance of the land is important because, as I mentioned this morning, we are not allowed to levy special assessments against the county. So we can't levy until the SSM actually owns the property. So not only is it really contingent upon the federal funds, but also practically it's the only way we get a special assessment levied on this property. So yeah, that's a long way of saying you're absolutely right, Bobby. So Jesse, as we tabled resolution number 908, and I will reiterate kind of the summary of that, if I may.
Go for it.
Okay, so this resolution before you is a resolution that determines that it's advisable to create the community improvement district for this property. It sets forth the boundaries. Now, the boundaries, if you approve it today, we may have to modify and have you ratify those boundaries. So I'll work with Saban and his team to make certain that if we have to come before you, it's a ratification of just the legal description and the map that's attached to that resolution. And that the estimated project costs are now $20,700,000, of which up to $3,500,000 will be subject to a levy of a special assessment payable over 20 years. And again, as Greg had mentioned, we anticipate that we'll pay off a portion of that in due course. And that's really, and we will, in that resolution, it authorizes the county to issue CID special assessment bonds with or without the full faith and credit of the county. We're anticipating to keep the cost down that we would offer the full faith and credit. That's how Greg can sell the bond, but that's what's before you in that resolution today, and I stand for any questions that you may have. And I appreciate the time this afternoon to get those questions ironed out with the financing team.
The only place I don't want to be is in a situation, we've got bonds on the jail, and we're gonna have bonds here. I don't want to get us strained somewhat financially, in that realm, so to speak. I don't know how else to describe myself there, if that makes sense.
It does.
In the end, I mean, if you're selling too many bonds, just like trying to go to the bank and borrow money, you pretty soon you can't do it after you borrowed so much, so.
That's right. The pledge of this is really important, and the CID Act, it exempts us from the debt limitation. So, we have a 30% debt limitation, and in the way that the CID Act is written, it specifically excludes these types of geo-backed CID bonds. So it shouldn't have any implication, and the revenue stream should be the special assessments or that tax credit that comes in. So it really should have very limited impact on future financings for the county. Again, if things go sour after we issue debt, I have to tell you, the cost of issuance would be what would be exposed, but understand, we will have as Greg had mentioned, we will have a very strong indication as to the B&I loan program is the big one. I thought it was Red Lake, but the B&I loan program, for that $14 million, we want to make certain that that's not going to be at risk before we really go out to market, because the buyer has to know that what they're buying is not just dirt with a special assessment, it's actually a building that's on that land.
Okay.
That's a great question. That's important.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what I remember it's not like the jail, it's really not, because we created CID, the CID is the bond,
Right.
it's not the county.
Okay.
In a sense it is, but
Yep.
it isn't.
Yep.
It doesn't go against our credit,
That's right.
so to
Yeah.
speak.
This helps.
It's like creating a CID and going to the bank and getting a loan for the CID. The
Yep.
county's kind of off of it,
Yes.
so.
Good.
Right.
Awesome, thank you so
I'm
much.
learning, it's
I
slow, but
understand a
I'm
little
learning.
better now, yeah.
This is gonna be helpful once everything starts progressing up north too, so.
This same tools will be
I
used
was
again.
glad Sabian came down, I was glad Greg could join, Joe, this was very good, very good.
And like you said, Tom, much better we're doing it this afternoon and not waiting for somebody to
not being
The
rushed.
clock's ticking, yeah.
Well, with Joe and Greg and all the other key players involved in this, it makes me feel very, very strong about some of the things that we're doing.
Yeah.
I think maybe leadership isn't quite the right word, Joe. I don't know what the right word is, but with your input and with Greg's input and everybody else, it puts me a lot more at ease, Joe.
I call it a team. We've got a good
It's
team.
a good team working for us.
Well, I appreciate it. As I mentioned, my role is, as I was pointing out some questions last week, maybe some people didn't like those questions. My role is to protect the county as best I possibly can in their financial affairs, but when the development's there and then we start seeing some new development, I think we'll all feel pretty good about it.
Yeah. And plus you're being paid.
Well, soon to be paid. We had to issue some bonds.
I think I know where you live.
That's why I was gonna ask if we knew where he lived, where we could go get him.
All right.
I don't know if that resolution makes sense, but you probably should take a motion, a second, and then vote on that.
It does.
Motion to approve resolution number 908, resolution of Coffee County, Kansas making findings as to the nature and advisability of creating a community improvement district. Creating said community improvement district, relating thereto, improving the estimate cost of such community improvement project, establishing the boundaries of the community improvement district, and providing for the method of financing of the community improvement district, SSMCID.
I so move.
I'll second. Moved by Huguet and seconded by Knight. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes on resolution number 908.
Thank you all. Really appreciate it. I really appreciate the more thorough discussion this afternoon.
Keep the words small, that's all I can say. You can put more words in it, just as long as they're small.
Have a good one. We'll see you next time.
See you, Joe.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for that, putting that together, Bobby.
No, thank y'all.
Yeah, that was helpful.
Thank y'all.
We got a better understanding, if I can retain it. Yeah.
I have a better chance.
With everything y'all are dealing with, and will deal with in the future, thank you for making time.
Yeah, like I say, any of those, we think it's gonna be a lengthy conversation at all on anything anymore, if we can put it off till the end of the agenda and run it through to the after lunch or whatever would be, like I said, this conversation was great. Hour-long conversation, and completely understand
And
it.
it's a lot clearer than what I mean, I knew the information of it, but I mean, a lot of the other guys didn't know the information.
Correct.
And so, I'm with them. I want to do this stuff in the afternoon, and it's hard when you got you here that you don't want to be here at 8 o'clock, or 9 o'clock for a short little meeting, but then you gotta hang around until 2 because something else might have to do with you.
Well, it actually worked out good. I had, some road and bridge things to deal with, and, there's a nice little place for me over there to visit with them and also get some other things done, so.
We are back charging for office space, aren't we?
Yeah. What is that door? That closet, wasn't it?
My partners did say, so are we gonna need an office in Burlington? I said, well.
Wait till Saban gets our bill, then.
No, this is, I appreciate your all's, support on this, and we'll do the best we can, and I will echo what Joe said. I mean, we work on your behalf, and, we're proud to do it, and, we'll always do our best to keep you informed. If I'm missing the mark, just holler at me, because I'll come and visit with you anytime.
So I'll go back to when the road and bridge guys were in here, there was something about 50 highway.
Yeah.
The changing it from cement treated base to a AV3 compaction.
Yeah, some of that came, again, I rely on our engineers. We have two 40-year guys doing the job. They're saying KDOT has a preference for the AB3 over the cement treated. So, and they feel like it's gonna hold up as a better product long term.
Now, are they gonna pump that AB3?
I don't know the answer to that. I can find out for
Because
you.
if they're gonna pump the AB3, then that's putting cement treated base mixed in with the AB3 and pouring it down as a base.
Yeah.
Which is initially the same as what you'd be doing, Tom.
Yeah.
If you was gonna cement treat your soil alongside the road.
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
Kind of sort in a way.
I can find out for
But I
you.
mean, I can see why the state of Kansas might much rather do the AB3 if they're not pumping it, because they're not putting the expense of the cement or the fly ash or
Right,
CKD or whatever with it.
Right.
So, yeah, I can see the preference there. But
Yeah.
I've done a whole lot of soil stabilization jobs, and
Yeah.
when you're taking cement out of a road that's having issues with drainage to begin with, the cement's also going to seal that area up.
Mm-hmm.
It'll help.
It'll help.
So, the only problem I've seen this problem since I got on here as a commissioner, that, that original highway being concrete, it's been overlaid about, Adam made a very good point, and it's my thought process as well, that we've just, after it's been overlaid so many times, you got that concrete base underneath there, street, road. I mean, it's just a shear point for anything beyond that to fail.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my concern. That's why I was in favor of the cement treated base.
Right. But I'll tell you what, let me circle back with my guys, at least get a better explanation, or maybe more thorough explanation. As to what
Because, I mean, if nobody knows that there's 2 foot of basically rigid surface already there, and you're adding 3 more foot of shoulder, that's what you created a shear point.
I'll let me circle back and see if I can, again, maybe they can put something down and write. I can give you at least a more thorough explanation as to what.
Especially that first mile from 75 highway, which they said they've taken that out.
Yeah, they
Put it in
did.
with the
They
chip
did.
site.
And
that is really where the springs
It's
are at.
bad, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
where it's really bad.
So, and I guess while I'm here, I can update you on that, and I apologize if I didn't mention that before. We've been thinking about that all along as the CHIPS Act project was moving forward. That first mile needed to come out because, for a couple of reasons. One, when we were about 60% done with the plans on Old 50, that cost was coming in over budget, significantly over budget. So we started looking at, well, what's going to be the most important out of these 7 miles that we get done? Well, then the CHIPS Act project started rolling. And we know we're going to have truck traffic. We know we're going to have a whole different type of traffic in that section. So we said, let's look at that mile coming out that's west of 75. Myself and my engineer met with KDOT a week ago Friday, the district office. We had talked to them up here in Topeka. They wanted us to talk with the locals, so we went down to Chanute. They're very they're excited to help on the CHIPS Act project. So they were in favor of taking that first mile out, and we talked about possibly utilizing the cost share program for all of the 75 improvements and the old Highway 50 improvements for that 1 mile. We also talked about they're getting ready to start their, if you recall, since they changed how they program, they do this every 2 years. They call it local consult, with the meetings around the state, and they let the locals bring projects forward for prioritization. We're going to prepare on the county's behalf 75 and Old 50 for that local consult, so that it can go and potentially get more dollars from another program, if I'm making sense here. So we're going to try to leverage as many categories as we can with KDOT, but they're very supportive. I did hit them up for shoulders on 75.
How'd that work? I got corrected. There is other shoulders on along 75 that aren't paved.
Yeah. And so I'll put it this way. I know we can get it for that CHIPS Act project, okay? I can't say we're going to get the whole county, but I know we're going to get it. And we probably could stretch that from the interstate all the way down and then pass, because we're seeing, because of that hill, We're probably gonna have to do some grade change on 75, because the sight distance coming north to Old 50 is not great. So we're anticipating maybe a half mile of road work, south, at least to deal with grade and turn lanes and things like that. So, we're updating the traffic study. They asked us to do that, and we'll get that over to KDOT. Probably the only wild card they threw us was and the reason for the change in the traffic study is in talking with our covered entity companies at the peak of construction for the site, they're expecting there could be 1,500 to 2,000 employees working, construction workers. We're talking about the same number that they're counting on as opening day for the facilities. So KDOT said, hey, any chance of accelerating, the 75, at least the 75 part of it to deal with 75, before this thing gets finished. And we weren't really anticipating that. We actually, to be honest with you, I wasn't anticipating it. I didn't think KDOT would want to move that fast.
Right.
So we're kind of rejuggling our thinking there. So there might be a couple of parallel things going on, designing the site when the CHIPS Act money comes and designing 75, so we can kind of keep those things moving as we go closer to construction. Hope I'm making sense, but
You don't really want a whole lot of construction on 75 when the construction's going on for the CHIPS facility.
Right, and but I don't know how we're going to avoid it.
Avoid it, yeah.
Because the covered entities are, they're, I'm going to say, people like you who know construction a little bit better. I'll say, I hope they're not listening, but we know it better than them, okay? And they just want to go.
You're on.
Yeah, and they want to go, and I get that. I get that, because there's a lot of investment that's coming from multiple sources.
Sure.
But we're just going to have to really work hard on traffic control, maintenance of traffic, things of that nature.
The only other thing is you could make a construction route and come in just south of Beetle and take that gravel road a mile west and then a mile south and then back east.
Yeah.
But, you're talking gravel road.
Yeah. I will say, too, one other piece of the puzzle, pretty certain that and I talked to Road and Bridge and just this morning that we're probably going to need to look at Links Road, because in talking with the construction folks that are talking to the covered entities, the acreage that you all own, we've left the acreage on the west side of the creek alone because of the creek, and they're now seeing that as staging area, which makes sense, trailers, construction stuff. Well, that puts that entrance off of Links Road, and then you're going to have equipment on Links Road. So
how will that road be handled then? Will it be, because that's gravel.
Yeah. I don't know how to answer.
No,
yeah, but I'll say this: it's only a 20-foot roadway, which is a problem.
Yeah, it's fairly wide. It is really wide.
Yeah, and so we might need to go a couple feet on either side for heavy equipment. So it might need to go to 24, but I think we can do that in the right of way you have there. I just got the numbers from Kenny, but we need to look at that. But it could be just honestly, it could be just a routine, a routine maintenance of the road that keeps a good stabilized gravel road in place.
Road,
yeah.
Maybe.
All this talk, remember me when Wolf Creek was being built, I got on there early in '77 to dodge a lot of the traffic. Guys I rode to work with, we would go down some roads that are now underneath the lake. We were always looking for a way to get around all that traffic. So
when Wolf Creek was being built, that was crazy. I suppose there was the same amount of people, probably 1,500, 2,000, maybe 2,500 people, all trying to get into work
same time.
Yeah.
Well, they were 24/7 out there though.
They were.
Weekend nights.
They were.
But you're right. We need to look at some alternate routing, and that's something we'll start doing, because it's gonna. I would expect that when the first construction starts, you're probably looking at half that number, but it's going to ramp up quickly. so.
Well, if we're gonna have that much traffic, maybe we put some calcium down.
Yeah.
We knew before we could get some.
Yeah. You know, anything that, helps stabilize a little bit would be a good thing.
Yeah, you know, just for the dust, 'cause that'd be
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah.
That much traffic.
Yeah. Anyway, that's a quick and dirty update, but if you guys need me again, holler at me.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Here's your, the resolution.
That resolution,
There's your resolution, man.
Do we do anything with the proclamation? That's the proclamation, right?
This is the
Oh, that was
proclamation.
for the basketball start.
Yeah.
And we have not heard any.
Okay, we've got that done. That's all signed.
Okay.
We've got some special issue checks. Anybody's got roundtable?
I'm good.
Tom? Wade? Tom?
I'll just go back again that to have the conversation in the setting like we had this afternoon on this particular project was great. I think things are moving too fast sometimes, and I'll go back to the engineering of this parking, and that there should have been maybe some more discovery done to eliminate some of these change orders, but again, the drawings came out 1 week, the bids in 2 weeks. You know, I think maybe some of these utilities should have been potholed as to not put the city and or us in the predicament we was in. Maybe this should have been brought to us further ahead, because, I mean, you know, it just, I don't know, poor planning on one person's part is actually constituting panic on everybody else's, and I've just not been in favor of that, so.
Tom, this morning, we didn't have enough time to do the discussion. We had too many people stacked up.
Yes, that's right, yes.
And this was great this afternoon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and on that deal, this whole thing's been a rush, you know, the whole deal with the jail, trying to get everything resolved. We want to get this done, try to get this stuff done, with the parking lot and stuff. All the schools out this summer, it's all been on a timeline, so there's a reason why it's turned out, in my opinion, the way it has, you know.
I would agree with that statement as well.
And a lot of those, of the charges we had was stuff that we would have spent the money on anyhow, had we
If it had
done it
been
differently.
designed, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not like it was that much because it was not done how we wanted it in the first place. It just cost more to do it the right way, or that's how I view it.
And you're exactly right.
Yeah.
Even if that discovery of that water line would have been done prior,
Wouldn't
yes,
change the results.
it wouldn't have changed the financial results very much at all.
Right, but
And that was quite an on-taking. I got to watch some of that. I stopped by there this morning, and they had the courthouse back on in a timely manner. And after lunch, I went out there, and you look at it, Pete, a big old hole, and it water running out that one pipe, and that guy's wet from head to toe, trying to tie everything together. It's like, man.
yeah, them guys get in there with that water squirting everywhere and put that stuff together.
Yeah. So anyway, if we can, just like today, if we can slow something down a little bit, and maybe that's what we should have done in the beginning when the drawings come out for the parking lot. Everybody got together and looked, and like I say, just things were moving fast, and everybody's got plenty on their plates personally as well as business-wise, and this and that and the other, so anytime we can slow it down, I think it's good.
I do too.
I sure don't mind putting in the extra time. I've always got way more than I can get done on my own side, but that doesn't matter.
Right.
We can do this better. I wanna try to do it better.
Well, it's our obligation to the county.
That's right.
Voters
That's right.
to make wise, clear choices.
Educated decisions.
Educated decisions, you know, and so.
It'll surprise me in the next few months with everything going on, and once we get notice that everything is on, we'll be lucky to do it in a day.
I'm thinking we're gonna wind up having to take.
It'll surprise me if we don't have to be it a little bit the second day, and that's what our responsibility is here, to represent the citizens, so if it takes extra time, it takes extra time.
Well, then we'll have to go back through our budget and change it.
Do it. Might get it taken away. I did speak with the possible lease, I guess you call them leaseors, whichever. There was willing to upfront the first and last month, monies, which is gonna total roughly $7,000, for the north property. They're probably not gonna be in any before September.
Okay.
Mid to late August, so we're looking at about a month of nothing there, which is very scary.
Yeah. I got the email from Angie on our insurance, it's like almost 7,000 a year.
Yep, yeah, it was
Is that
300 and
correct?
something
On insurance?
dollars. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little under 7.
300 and something a month or something like that, wasn't it? I figured that out monthly, didn't I?
Yeah.
Total insurance on that was $6,500.
Yeah, but regardless, we have that expense no matter what.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
we got that.
No matter what.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it comes to that with the panel replace, I mean, they want us to pick up utilities and all.
utilities, and if they purchase, so how it was explained was the lease, $32.50 a month. At the end of the 2 years, applying back
Whatever it
what
is.
they paid minus our expenses.
Or insurance
That
and
would mean
utilities could
insurance
come
too.
off of that.
So realistically, they're not gonna get back a whole lot, but it is
No.
kind of an incentive
Yeah.
to go ahead and purchase it at that point in
Yes.
time, with the option to purchase prior to the end of 2 years.
Okay.
So, I did speak with Amy, and she is totally fine with coming out and looking and making sure the pool's doing what it needs to do, so on and so forth. I think a person ought to put some cameras up, something. I do
Is that
have
gated, Jerry?
Hmm?
Is that, Jesse, is that gated?
I think it can be pretty easy. It's not, but it can be.
Okay.
It would keep an honest person on it.
Yeah,
It's about-
yeah,
right.
Yeah, it'd be about the extent of it.
Sure.
Right.
We've also got officers, I'm sure, you know, driving that road occasionally, anytime they go by there, to me, we need to ask them to.
I think they've been broken into twice, I think. And they've caught them both with their own cameras
But
at both
are they
times.
leaving their camera system? I mean, if they're, no, people don't take them down, do they? I don't know.
Yes, kind of.
I see, yeah.
So, so anyway,
Okay.
with that was the information I come into. They did hire the company out of Garnett to come in and Wade brought this to us, to open the pool, fix a valve or something, and there was $600 and some odd dollar bill in here for that. And I just put this open and I seen a River City bill for $428,000.
You're gonna try to go through the list.
We told them last week if they could get us something by today to approve. Is that what that's for, I'm assuming? It's for a parking lot?
Says Joe Construction Parking Lot.
Yep. Because they're handling all the, I mean, in other words, we pay River City
City's
pays
paying
Kellogg.
everybody else, right?
Kellogg pays Burlington, yada, yada, yada.
We gotta try to knock out the rest of these, budgets,
I don't think we need to,
We get
we'll
them
be here
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Be here Wednesday.
Yeah, we can be here Wednesday. Wade will hopefully be here Wednesday, so hopefully they'll get that trial done and over with.
Yeah, he said it's supposed to be done today.
Yeah, Kilo Construction, 500.
And all the budgets are in, you think?
Huh?
All the budgets are in.
I think pretty much all of them. I think there might be maybe two that are missing.
Yeah, there's one or two missing.
A couple we had out of there, I thought, before, wasn't there?
Yes, I'd have to go back and look.
Did Jessica bring in that one monthly deal?
Mhm.
I'd like to look at it.
114.
And I can look at that Wednesday too.
I was gonna say, it's 114 pages, but,
Holy.
All I get is find categories.
but I think she did like the one that breaks everything down.
Yeah.
Okay, go look at each one and know what he's saying.
Yes, I am, sir.
I don't blame you.
And I've got more information, but I don't, yeah,
Not yet.
correct. It's all good.
Well, that's good.
I mean, it's, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. A little bit of time.
We've got a little of that. Wow, look.
But yeah, that would be, what this 428 is for.
Mhm.
Those are all going.
Casey, you care if I just put this on?
That's fine.
Wire in it? No.
Yes or no, you're gonna change something?
Always give them this folder once I get them down here to you.
If Christian contacts you guys, do you want to try and get him next Monday?
That'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah, or if he has something for
Or if he has
Wednesday.
his- Okay.
Whichever works best for him, I guess. Should be whatever. No, I was looking at that budget. That shows.
That's so
Got
good.
an 548,570. Is that reflecting on this $500,000 sticker for state of Kansas?
I don't see it.
That, I'm not sure. I have no idea. I
Yeah.
can get Jessica and see if she,
I think that was somebody else's son.
if she knows.
Okay.
It's just, I mean, I think they gave us they gave us like 250 and then I think like another 250 or 280 or
Let me
something
go
like that.
ask her real quick.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious if that reflects, so if that's the case, we're looking at over $1 million.
This one to River City, it's got a signed deal back here, but there's nothing.
Tom and I talked about that, maybe that was, Tom thought maybe somebody else's signature was marked there. I don't see any place we need to sign. Just the front, Don's all I can think of.
Yeah.
Is this just a copy of this?
Copy about 32 minutes, you can get them off their website too.
Okay.
kinda gotta read between the lines. It's only dropped 3 points in the last, 2-3 years.
That's a year.
Mm-hmm.
Richard said that he has not seen any money from the state,
Really? Okay.
and he just pulled it up and he said, no new money.
I wonder if that maybe it's not new economic development. I'll have to dig into that deeper.
So we need to.
Check yes or no if you plan on on attending.
They're gonna,
Oh,
you're gonna get a
okay.
bench, if you read through there, they just want everyone
Okay,
to
okay.
participate.
Angie also has a note here saying that she contacted our insurance company, because of that water valve that was busted, that was running most of the day on Thursday and Friday morning. So she said that there was probably she was thinking that there was gonna be a pretty large water bill, so she had contacted our insurance company. But I don't know if she has heard back yet, but she has reached out to them.
Is that why the water was shut off for you?
I think so. I think they were.
Did they break, who broke it?
That I don't know.
Or did it just break? The water valve, the water
valve where?
line, was it in the construction area? Or was it inside the courthouse?
I took it was inside.
Oh,
That I'm not
I
sure.
know when they shut the water off Friday and they got it back on, I come in and talked to Tom Johnson, he said, oh, we found where our water leak was at.
Because it sounded like it had ran most of the day in there. It was a pretty
At the
large.
jail?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
a pretty large amount of.
So evidently when they took the pressure off and then turned
Threw it
it
back
back on,
on.
threw the pressure back on.
Threw a hammer to it?
Yeah.
That shakes, you know.
Oh, that'll pull that old piping clear out of the ground.
Yeah.
So she has contacted the insurance company about that already. I don't know if she's heard back yet or not, but.
I'm assuming it's the same deal. Yeah, Tom Johnson brought that up. He said, well, at least we know where water pipes aren't. Okay.
This Coffee County Transportation on a bench. And the deal says yes or no, what are we?
If you're gonna attend, probably, just to attend?
Yeah, they're gonna place a bench.
Want to know if you're gonna attend or not. I didn't catch
But
it.
that's what they-
Glancing over it either, Don, so.
I didn't know whether the question was whether we support it or don't support it, or whether we're gonna attend or not
Whether we're
attend.
attending or not, I think.
I'm taking it as attending or not attending.
That's the way I took it. If we're signing it, we're supporting it, you would think, so.
And we don't. Did Angie have any other roundtable? No? What about you? Got any roundtable?
No, you guys will, I think, get Brad on Wednesday, 'cause I'm off that day.
I seen him in crutches,
Yep, he'll be in boot and all.
boot and all.
Yep.
Well, if nobody has anything else, we will recess until 9 a.m. Wednesday morning. All right.
Very good.
Very good. 2:54. At 2:54. Good meeting, ladies and gents.
Getting Joe and Greg on the phone there for 30, 40 minutes. Done a good job of completing.
Yes.
Oh, that's wrong.
Ron,